Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. Morning, everyone. Good morning. All right. Welcome, everyone, to the Thursday, September 7th, 2023 Board of Forestry Hybrid Public Meeting, Day 2. For the record, I'm Jim Kelly, Chair of the State Board of Forestry. I'll quickly call out board members to ensure we didn't lose anyone, and we're ready for today's discussions. All right, Liz Akpala.
Chair Kelly, present and not lost.
Carla Chambers.
Here.
Ben Doimling.
Here.
Chandra Ferrari.
Here.
Joe Justice.
I'm here.
Brenda McComb.
Here.
Okay, thank you for being present, board members and department staff. Let's get right to it. We'll start with item number 1, state forester and board member comments with the public testimony provision. Do any board members or the state forester have opening comments today? Okay. Not hearing any. Thank you. So let's move on to public comment. Thanks to all of those who have signed up to provide testimony to the board today on September 7th. We ask that everyone in the queue, whether online or in person, not to exceed your allotted time of 2 minutes. Also, before you start, please state your full name, the topic or agenda item that you are commenting on, and associated affiliation if you are representing a group or an organization. A timer will be provided to track your time, and each commenter will be called on by the board administrator. Anyone who exceeds their time will be prompted to provide a closing statement and then muted. As I offered to the commenters yesterday, a few good tips to help keep this portion of the agenda moving along. When providing comments, try to endorse or support rather than repeat the testimony of others. Try to honor you and your neighbor's time. Please be prepared and deliver your remarks within the time allotted. Submit written testimony to accompany your statements or information if you run out of time, and they can be sent in up until September 20th. We appreciate your grace and understanding as we make it through today's testimony. With that, Hillary, are we ready to engage with public comment?
Chair Kelly, could you give us just 1 minute?
Okay. State forester, have you got any good jokes or anything to fill the dead air?
Not hanging around with a fun crowd.
Oh, I see. Me neither.
Chair Kelly, board members and State Forester Mukomoto, we are ready to proceed. So everyone in the queue for item 8, thank you again for joining us today. Make sure you can actually see me for those online. Good morning. And for us to just kind of help us stay on track, I will list names in a set order and call on each of you to begin your testimony. As today, some testimony providers are in person and others online. Please be prepared to engage when your name is called. I will do my best to clearly announce your name, but please correct any mispronunciations. When you do state your name and item number for the record, when you begin, a timer will be displayed for 2 minutes. When you see that your timer runs out, I'll ask you to provide a closing statement. To start us off, we generally do have individuals joining in person to proceed to the front, but we have received some special accommodation requests for those who are trying to get to school today, as well as other commitments. So we're going to do a quick mashup of online and in person for those requests. Copy that. And so I'll go ahead and start with the first 4, and then I will move to all in person is the next 4. So the first set will be Aaron Scarr, Shailene Bangs, Courtney Bangs, and Jerry Wiley. Aaron, begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Erin Scarr, Tillamook County Commissioner, and I will be commenting on the chair's proposed resolution, which was agenda 9, I believe, on the original packet. Chair Kelly, members of the Board of Forestry, State Forester Mukomoto, and staff. Revenue from the state forests currently provides a large percentage of funding needed to meet basic needs through both our county services and our special taxing districts here in Tillamook. Timber revenue pays into our sheriff's office, our fire, 911, and school districts. Our permanent tax rates were based on the expectation that we would continue to receive timber revenue from all of the deeded lands. With the current projections of reduced revenue, we will face the very difficult task of either reducing basic services or asking our residents to tax themselves further to maintain these services. Throughout this process, we've heard that the HCP and forest management plan will decrease revenue, but by how much? We don't know, because each projection provides a new and lower amount of revenue. ODF has been unable to provide a clear analysis of expected harvest levels under the HCP and FMP. Recently, I saw numbers showing that fully 62% of the state forest land in Tillamook County will be unavailable for revenue production. 30% of that is due to the HCP. My constituents are concerned. With a potential loss of 30% of harvestable lands, how will community services be maintained? If I take a leap of faith and believe the 30% reduction is the true amount, we will need to pass a funding levy of $1.08 per thousand to replace that 30% of lost revenue for the current year as projected by ODF. $1.08 per thousand for all property owners in Tillamook County. Do you think all of Oregon would agree to this level of funding levy to show support for the HCP? I can tell you that this will be a very tough sell to the residents of Tillamook County. I support the resolution in front of the board to make changes to the HCP to increase revenue to the counties and the department. But ODF must bring the changes back to the Board of Forestry and the public for review before finalizing the HCP. The impacts to our community services are too great for changes to occur without this oversight.
Commissioner, can you provide a closing statement, please?
Our communities deserve the right to know exactly how much this HCP will cost them, and the Board of Forestry must be prepared to take responsibility for those costs. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Shailene.
Hello, My name is Shaylin Bangs. If you look at Clatsop County, it has houses among trees, a very beautiful landscape. I worry about the future of my community when the Federal Services says 35% of our state lands will burn during the HCP 70 years, sometimes multiple times. Wildfire is very real to me. Every summer of my life, my dad has been gone on fires. In fact, he's gone right now. He has missed birthdays, anniversaries, and first days of school. My community has never been greatly impacted, but I fear that under this HCP, it will. Those green views will become black sticks. Oregon wasn't burning so much when my parents were kids. What changed? Forest management disappeared on 60 million acres in the effort to create habitat, and average temperatures rose less than 1.5 degrees. And those 16 million acres, owls haven't come back, fish haven't made a comeback. Why does everyone think that little over 300,000 acres for 70 years is going to make a giant impact when 16 million for the last 40 years didn't? Climate change and the lack of forest management on the majority of Oregon's forest led to fires. If all of the HCP promised habitat burns during fires, those lizards will die, and the birds and fish won't have a perch or pool to live in, and my friends' parents lost their jobs for nothing. So I'm glad you're looking for more production acres. I just hope it's more than a little. 1,000 acres equals 11 jobs. I hope you choose to save jobs. I hope you choose to save over 100 jobs. People matter too. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Courtney.
So after Aaron's testimony, I'm going to have to pivot. Courtney Bangs, Clatsop County Commissioner. Clatsop County has strived to be a partner with the state seeking involvement in decision-making processes. I support the resolution to identify strategies for improving harvest levels. I see this as a recognition of significant shortcomings in the existing plan. However, I firmly oppose the concept of poor governance by withholding crucial information related to harvest level concerns from the public and counties. This approach relies on trust, a trust that has been notably lacking between the state and Clatsop County. Over the past 3 years of FTLAC meetings, I've voiced concerns about flawed models, only to be advised by staff and board members to refrain from worrying my head because we would have great economic certainty. Meanwhile, I witnessed data manipulation to reflect the promise of 225 million board feet. Now, suddenly, we are short of that promise by over 50 million board feet. My economic certainty is now the looming threat of community bankruptcy and job loss. Despite presenting numerous proposals over the 3 years to fulfill environmental commitments while safeguarding jobs, my comments have been dismissed, sometimes accompanied by disparaging remarks. Today, Clatsop County has offered a pragmatic initial step to avert a dire economic future, a request of an additional 10,000 production acres. Meager increases of hundreds of or even a few thousands of acres are insignificant. There's a risk that ODF staff may once again manipulate the science to support the HCP decision, particularly if they employ regional modeling for the combined FMP and HCP models. I strongly urge you to guide staff toward transparent, district-based modeling to ensure a clear assessment of the repercussions of your decisions and prevent any further attempts to conceal essential information. Transparency is important in governance, and I hope that you go the direction of transparency. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, we'll continue on for those in person. So the next set will be right here. Sorry, one moment. Oh, sorry, Mr. Commissioner Wiley, apologies. Let's shift gears and make sure you turn your light on until it hits green. Thank
Right
you.
there. Okay, great. Thank you very much, Chair and Board. Certainly, Forester Mucamato. I hope I said that right. My name is Jerry Willie, and I am a Washington County Commissioner, and I'm representing Chair Harrington and our Board of Commissioners in my testimony today. When we began this process a long time ago, we wanted the HCP to help us manage our forests for conservation, for recreation, and for harvest. My testimony in Sisters, I used the three-legged stool to make sure that we had the analogy that all of these three aspects represent the leg of the stool, and that we would keep them all balanced and the same length, because that certainly works better for stools. This HCP, as we said then and still say now, does not meet that criteria. The current harvest projection will potentially kill, I don't use that term lightly, counties and special districts because of the loss of revenue. Again, in sisters, I use the analogy of the book Good to Great, the and or decision-making process, where or is the enemy of and. This resolution is an or proposition. It doesn't have to be. I am recommending that you would make two changes to the resolution. One is that you direct ODF staff to put together an HCF that reflects a minimum harvest of 190 to 200 million board feet annually. What does that look like? We don't know. The second is, I need the Board of Forestry to stay in the game. Remove the clause in number 4 where you hand it off to the ODF staff and you go back home. Don't give up your vote. This is important. So lastly, I also emphasize the importance of this critical decision-making process cannot be a 4-3 vote. I encourage the Board of Forestry to find collaboration and find the happy spot that I talked about. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're a little bit more prepared. Thank you for waiting. We've got the next 4, and then I'll explain the next set after that to be on deck and ready. So we'll have Mark Turner, Joshua Estes, Austin Shirato, Rebecca Lipton. Please proceed to the front at the tables here located by the microphones. On deck after them will be Ted Chu, Madeline Cohen, Lily Kuntz, Claire Barber. Mark, proceed when you're ready.
Oh, okay. My name is Mark Turner with Turner Logging. We're based out of Banks, Oregon. My brother Greg and I have been logging on state forest lands since 1993. Since then, the vast majority of logging has been on state timber sales. Although we are a relatively small company, we infuse about $3 million into our local economy annually. The prospect of a reduction in the harvest levels from state lands has me very concerned. As a small logging contractor, as it is now, it's sometimes very difficult to compete with larger logging companies on state timber sales. For us, every job has to make money. That's not always the case with larger contractors. My fear is that a reduction in harvest levels will squeeze smaller operators like us out of the picture. Most of the work our company does are on complex thinning sales. While we find this work to be very challenging and at the same time very rewarding, we're afraid that reduced revenues from a reduction in harvest levels will disincentivize the Oregon Department of Forestry from planning such necessary harvests. The bottom line is that a reduction in harvest levels on state lands would likely be devastating for our company. Thank you.
Up next, Joshua.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board. For the record, my name is Josh Estes. I'm here before you today as a representative of the Association of Western Pulp and Paper Workers Union, organization of nearly 4,000 members. I'm almost at a loss for what to say that hasn't already been hammered home in this forum. But let me be unequivocally clear on one thing and on the record that the AWPPW is strongly opposed to the current draft of the Habitat Conservation Plan in its current form for the reasons that should now be glaringly obvious. This opposition isn't a whimsical stand. It's rooted in critical issues affecting both environmental stewardship and the livelihoods of thousands. The ceaseless warnings and pleas from the public should resonate with everyone in this room, and the severe long-term consequences of failing to revise this plan. Being in a leadership role often means making tough, sometimes and most of the time unpopular decisions. We recognize that. However, genuine leadership also demands truly listening to those who are entrusted that you represent. You've acknowledged the challenging nature of this decision. Now it's crucial to demonstrate that these aren't just words. Show us you're listening. Prove that the hundreds of public comments and the apprehensions of workers represented by the AWPPW and others aren't falling on deaf ears. It's time to go back to the drawing board. We strongly urge you to lead by example, reject this draft of the HCP, and let's collaborate on a plan that meets the diverse needs and concerns of all Oregonians, from our workforce and our environmentalists. Thank you for your time and attention, and given the limits on time, I'll submit my expanded full testimony online. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Austin.
Good morning. My name is Austin Chirado. I'm a forester for Western Forest Products in Vancouver, Washington. I want to begin by thanking the board for the opportunity to speak today. As I testified 2 months ago at the Sisters Board meeting, Western is deeply concerned with the ODF's proposed habitat conservation plan. Significant reduction to harvest volumes will impact the operability of our operations and threaten the production of our specialty wood products. Our utility crossarm is a staple of green energy markets here in Oregon, as well as across the country. Western Forest Products needs sustainable and consistent timber from ODF state lands. We need more volume, not less, in order to continue to provide family wage jobs in our community and produce green building products that are used across the nation. Many speakers today are concerned about the impact of the HCP on their jobs, businesses, and communities. As for me, I intend to spend my career working in the woods, in the forest products industry. I have my dream job, spending my days walking units with my lab Sadie. She loves running through the woods and comes to work with me daily. Don't take that away from me, and don't take jobs away from the hardworking men and women of Oregon's forest products industry. The board has an opportunity to give clear and concise direction on the harvest levels in the HCP, and should do so at a minimum level of 225 million board feet annually. That will provide the timber we also desperately need. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Rebecca.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Lipton, and good morning, Chair Kelly and the members of the board. I moved to the Eugene area 24 years ago to be close to the beautiful Pacific Northwest rainforests. And as an avid hiker, backpacker, camper, and gardener, I have witnessed close up the increasingly rapid devastation to our ecosystems from climate change, deforestation from aggressive logging, and from massive wildfires in recent years. The state has a mandate to manage state forests for the greatest permanent value for all Oregonians, affirmed by the Linn County Court decision. It is critical that we protect and increase our healthy, mature, and old growth forests. And economic benefit does occur with healthy, mature, and old growth forests. So on the north coast of Oregon alone, healthy and mature old growth forests anchor a $550 million a year tourist and recreation economy that contributes over $50 million a year in tax revenues to local communities on the north coast. So money can be made from our intact forests. Healthy, mature, and old growth forests are critical for protecting clean water for drinking and cold water for salmon, protecting endangered species, providing climate stabilization and carbon sequestration. In our current time of increasing climate change issues, we need to protect these forests and increase their health, not decrease their abilities. Thank you very much. Please pass alternative 3 and continue to increase protections for these forests.
Thank you. So the next folks come up and I'll share the next deck after them. Ted, Madeline, Lily, and Claire, please proceed to the front. And then on deck, we'll have Grace Brailer, Casey Kula, Kevin Cameron, and Cindy Curtis. Ted, proceed whenever you're ready. Oh, hit the button until it hits green. Thank you.
My name is Ted Chu. I'm a full-time resident and property taxpayer in Tillamook County. My culinary water comes from a watershed that is primarily state forest. Thank you for this opportunity to comment on forest activities. This is my third in-person appearance before the board to advocate for the original alternative 3 of the State Forest Habitat Conservation Plan. You are probably getting as tired of seeing me as I am of traveling around the state to give testimony. I remain a strong proponent for alternative 3 and cannot support any resolution to weaken it. Alternative 3 is already a sound compromise that balances the needs of the timber industry, the commercial and indigenous fishers, watersheds, and the needs of special species. I believe alternative 3 will satisfy the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service's requirements for species recovery. Alternative 3 will best support Oregon's commitment to combat the causes of climate change. It will protect the most valuable yield of state forests, clean, cold water for our homes, dairies, and valuable anadromous fish populations. I worked 30 years for a state natural resource agency. One thing I learned repeatedly is regardless how many contortions you go through, you cannot appease everyone. In many cases, you can't please even half the people. Here you are considering 3 alternatives of forest management change. If 30% of the people like alternative 1, 30% like alternative 2, 40% favor alternative 3, and you adopt alternative 3, 60% of the people will be unhappy and will accuse you of not listening to them. It is an unavoidable no-win scenario. We already know the counties and the timber industry will reject even a modified alternative 3. Significantly altering or weakening alternative 3 would result in more debate and more hearings. Implementing alternative 3 is exactly the right thing to do at exactly the right time for water, for salmon, for the timber industry, for the climate, and for forest management, stability, and planning. I recognize this is a difficult, controversial decision for the board, but you signed up to make tough decisions for the benefit of everyone involved.
Ed,
Please do not drag this on any longer.
Thank you. Up next, Madeline.
Chair Kelly, members of the board, thank you so much for the opportunity to testify this morning. It's nice to see you again. I was at the last couple of meetings as well. My name is Madeline Cowan. I'm a grassroots organizer with the organization Cascadia Wildlands. I'm also a 4th generation Oregonian, avid angler, forager, and a young person who has spent the majority of my life concerned about the climate crisis. Today, I'm lucky to act on behalf of a growing coalition of more than a dozen organizations working to advocate for Oregon's ecosystems and climate. I'm happy to present to you in this beautiful manila folder an astounding 6,052 signatures from Oregonians from around the region in support of a strong habitat conservation plan for state forests without delay. All of these petitioners are asking that you, the Board of Forestry, adopt a strong HCP without delay. The proposed resolution to further delay and weaken the HCP for the benefit of the timber industry is out of step with the values of all of these thousands of people. In fact, if each of these 6,000 people and individuals were here to provide testimony in the allotted 2-minute window, we would be sitting here for over 8 days. Please manage our state forests for the greatest permanent value over time, as expressed by the many thousands of Oregonians that have contacted you over the past several months. Vote against the proposed resolution. Allow the ODS staff and federal agencies to complete its review of the HCP and implement it as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Up next, Lily.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. My name is Lily Kuntz for the record, and I am currently the field coordinator for Cascadia Wildlands. I'm commenting today in opposition to the proposed resolution to weaken the habitat conservation plan. Last time I came to speak to you all, I spoke on behalf of the coho salmon, and I've returned to speak to you in my full human form this time, still passionate about fish and other wildlife. Yet this time, hoping to emphasize the need for science to prevail in your decision-making on the HCP. It is required by state law that your decisions are made by the best available science. And what the science shows us from the Forest Service itself is that aquatic animals are negatively impacted by clear-cut harvest practices. A study coming out as we speak demonstrates how occupancy of amphibians is massively reduced next to and downstream of clear-cut sections of forest, even with a 12-meter buffer. It's clear that we need even stronger protections than those afforded by the HCP's Alternative 3. So by no means would it follow the best available science to weaken it through the proposed resolution. Recently, while I was working, I had a man come up to me and tell me that clear cuts are actually good for the forest. His reasoning? When all of the trees are removed, the canopy opens up and finally enough light is there for the understory vegetation to grow. Only then can deer and other ungulates come in and graze on the land. I asked him why he thought that was a sign of forest health, and he responded, "I'm a deer hunter." I'm sure I don't need to tell anyone here that deer are not an endangered species. And I'm asking through that example to remind you not to let one biased narrative so heavily sway the decision-making on this resolution. Consider the needs of all life connected to the forest, especially those most vulnerable, like the coho salmon. Thank you for your time.
Up next, Claire.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, for the record, my name is Claire Barber. I am the Communications Fellow with Cascadia Wildlands, commenting today in support of a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon State Forest, but in opposition to the proposed resolution to weaken the habitat conservation plan by prematurely changing the boundaries of habitat conservation areas. My family has deep ties to the Pacific Northwest. My mom grew up in Klamath Falls, Oregon in the mid-1970s, visiting the coast and mountains and forest in the family's tangerine orange VW camper van when money allowed. Today, the magnificent forest and critical wildlife habitats that she grew up enjoying and dreamed of sharing with me are dangerously dwindling, threatened by climate change and the unsustainable logging of vulnerable public forest stands. Habitat conservation areas aim to protect threatened and endangered species and can be managed to serve as carbon reserves. This would not only help protect the lands that my mother enjoyed as a child, but also help ensure a healthy planet for her own child and the thousands of Oregonians who have deep place-based and ecological connections to our state forest. This proposed resolution to open up the HCP and allow clear cutting of thousands of acres within proposed HCAs without public review will put years of hard work and robust public engagement at risk, eroding public trust in the planning process. Worse yet, this may well minimize the likelihood that the plan will even be approved by federal services in the first place, delaying the NEPA review timeline and leaving the department open to legal liability. Thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. All right, up next, we have Grace, Casey, Kevin, and Cindy. On deck after them is Chris Edwards, Adam Hops, Pam Birmingham, and Fred Chambers.
Okay.
Grace, begin.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. My name is Grace Brayler. I'm the Wildlands Director with Cascadia Wildlands. We have over 12,000 members and supporters across the country, many of whom live near, work in, retreat to the Oregon's chair state forests. Many of my colleagues are here just testifying in support of a strong habitat conservation plan for Western Oregon State forests. So I second those comments and I plan to focus on the forest management plan today. I want to express initial concerns about the lack of targets and measurable outcomes associated with the draft plan, especially as it relates to climate change and carbon. In order to comply with Oregon state rules that require the best available science be utilized, we feel there must be metrics and measurable outcomes to evaluate progress over time, both by the board and by the public. Current KPM number 10 addresses the amount of complex forest habitat on state managed public lands, On the North Coast, which has been in steady decline under the department's stewardship, concerningly, KPM 10 set a target of 30% of North Coast forests to be composed of complex forest habitat structures that sequester and store significantly greater amounts of carbon. Complex forest structure is currently only at about 11% across the landscape, and in the Tillamook district, a paltry 8.35%. Now that target is being scrapped, our understanding is that a KPM for carbon will be developed. So our question is, how can the board assure that that meaningful efforts toward attaining that carbon goal will be made, and that KPM won't be tossed out as well? If not, in the draft FMP, the carbon goal doesn't actually even commit to increasing carbon storage and sequestration on state managed public lands, merely to contribute to carbon sequestration and storage. Based on yesterday afternoon's discussion, the plan and related key performance measures seem to allow for extreme flexibility in management, but paired with a lack of accountability measures, we fear that this amounts to good intentions at best and a continuation of the status quo at worst. After continued promises from the department that the FMP is where we will finally see the implementation of the climate change and carbon plan that we all work so hard to support, we find this inadequate. So thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Up next, Casey.
Good morning, Chair, board members, State Forester, and staff. For the record, my name is Casey Kula, and I work for Oregon Wild. So many Oregon Wild supporters emailed you, urging adoption of a strong habitat conservation plan for state forests. And they all know that the plan is a compromise between logging and protecting struggling species. Now, I understand the desire to find a Goldilocks level of harvest, one that's good enough for adjacent mills, good enough for environmental advocates and the public, and one that's good enough for timber dependent counties, and finally the one that's good enough for the services. If I was in your position, I'd want a plan that was supported by all of my board members, because those decisions seem to be the most durable. And if I couldn't find one, it would really weigh on me. And I've had the great privilege of listening closely to all of you, either in public or private. And I see that due to the recent decades of heavy logging on state forests and that habitat subsidy that you give to adjacent private landowners, you have a very narrow range of harvest levels that will be acceptable to the services, which in plain speak, as you know, gives animals a chance to survive. I also see that you care deeply about the lives of the people who make their living by working in the forests of the state. So I'm not here to casually offer any solutions, and I realize that it sucks to have a split vote. And also, I'll lay out to you what I know. I know the forest needs a break from the pace of logging to make sure animals survive. I know the governor is following through on her commitment to find alternative sources of revenue for counties, and county leaders are going to work with her in good faith. I know that through the FMP and the performance measures, you can set priorities for woods work, for complex forests, and for carbon storage. I know that your staff will figure out those department budgets and harvest levels, and that's not your job, sorry. And I know that unanimity is really nice, but your responsibility is making policy for sustaining healthy forests in Oregon. So thank you. Sorry to give you a little bit of a lecture, but in the last 6 seconds, thank you very much.
Up next, Kevin.
Well, thank you. It's good to be here. Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester, thank you for allowing me. Kevin Cameron, Marion County Commissioner, and I'm here not only on behalf of Marion County, but the 14 trust counties that depend on state forest lands. I just want to say that, first off, thank you. We have the best Forest Service management rules in the world, and Oregon is top at doing that and taking care of our forests. ODF fights fires better than our federal partners. We want to thank you for that. During a time that we are, that the governor has called for 35,000 or 36,000 homes be built every year, we're 140,000 homes behind in the state of Oregon. This is not a time to reduce our local supply of that lumber that's going to be required to build those homes. Where will it come from? Other places where it's harvested in much less conforming principles. The jobs in the economy, we heard that potentially the governor is looking at revenue supplement. That doesn't work. We all know in the federal programs that we are getting cash from come and go. but it doesn't replace the jobs and the livelihood and the economy and the multiplier effect that we experience in those places where we have good mills, good jobs, and high-paying jobs. At another time, we have local businesses that are investing in timber technology and go to the Portland Airport. The roof on the Portland Airport is being built by technology that is here in Oregon. We have an opportunity to continue to do that. More buildings that are built with that technology. So we need to manage our state forests in a continued sustainable way. So I am in support of the resolution, but we also need to make sure that this board gets to review any changes that are made. So thank you very much for allowing me to testify today.
Thank you. Up next, Cindy.
Good morning, Chair Kelly and the board. For the record, my name is Cindy Curtis. I'm a habitat biologist with the Wild Salmon Center, but I'm here today as a resident of Nehalem, Oregon, and of Tillamook County to comment on the proposed resolution for the state forest HCP. Management decisions for our state forest should be based on the best science available, as your rules require, and this resolution is not. Today, I would like to emphasize my testimony about the concern over water quantity and stream flows. I'll try to keep this very succinct, but happy to provide further detail and the research at a later time. So on the coast, we have very shallow water aquifers. Our streams rely on consistent rain through the winter to recharge those aquifers, which are the only source of water in the summer for streams and for people's drinking water. Climate change is making our winter rains flashier. So this may mean that in a winter you get the same amount of rain, but it's coming in shorter bursts and in much more violent storm events. So this coupled with severe drought means that there's actually less water going into our aquifers, which means there's less water going into streams in the summer. So you can imagine how scary this is for people that live in these watersheds. Like Ted, my well water is also in a watershed surrounded by state forest. A tangible way to mitigate this is to keep as much established forest on the landscape as possible. Older trees take up less water than younger stands, but really I cannot emphasize how important mature forests are for capturing water during these increasingly flashy storm events. This is critical for making sure that that water does not go directly off the landscape into the stream and into the ocean in winter. We've all seen the drought and water shortage alerts this summer, and maximizing clear cuts is only going to exacerbate the issue. The board is responsible for managing this public resource for the greatest permanent value of our communities. Yes, I come to the table today as a biologist, but I am genuinely here because I'm worried about water shortages in my future. We need an HCP as strong as Alternative 3 that's looking at our future. By reducing HCAs, you're signaling that the board is ignoring science and the health of our communities and more concerned about short-term profit for private timber. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Please return your seats and I'll get the next setup here. We have Chris, Adam, Pam, and Fred. On deck after them is Darlene Sherman, Dylan Plummer, Jay Halliday, Court Boyce. Chris, begin whenever you're ready.
Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto. Rookie mistake. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, members of the board. My name is Chris Edwards. I'm here on behalf of Oregon Forest Industries Council. And I'm here today to encourage you as a board to maintain control of this process until you have in hand a habitat conservation plan that meets those twin goals of both wildlife protection and economic viability. And the fact that you're hearing this resolution, considering this resolution today, is recognition that the current plan in front of you falls way short on the measure of economic viability. And it doesn't have to be that way. But I get it. You guys are under intense political pressure to get something done. We heard yesterday that taking some more time to make sure that you get it right would create unnecessary delays. Well, I would say that any quote delay to get it right is hardly unnecessary. And what is a few more months, whether it's 2 months, 6 months, even a year, in the face of a 70-year plan? I mean, does this board have plans that we're not aware of to go out and liquidate tens of thousands of acres in those intervening months? Probably not. So we're really encouraging you to roll up your sleeves and do the hard work to get a plan that you can look back on when you look back at your service on the board and your legacy, that you can really be proud of, because you know that you really put in the hard work in the face of political opposition to get it right for Oregon. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Adam.
Good morning. My name is Adam Hopkins. I'm a 4th-generation logger from Tillamook, Oregon. My brother Josh and I own and operate Hopkins Logging. We employ 40 people and another 15 to 20 independent contractors. 90% of our work is Oregon Department of Forest land. We take great pride knowing that we are contributing to a healthy forest. Our natural resources are very important to us and to a lot of people in this state. I think we can all agree to that. We work heavily with ODF in Clatsop, Washington, and Tillamook counties. I'm not here today to tell you what the proposed HCP will do to many rural counties. Those conversations have been brought to this board. I'm here to talk about all of the ODF staff that I work with every day. They can't have an open opinion on the proposed HCP, but what I can tell you is that out of all of the ODF staff that I work with, I have not talked to one that is in favor of the proposed HCP. That should be a major concern to the people out there with boots on the ground and employed directly with ODF are not in favor of the proposed HCP. As the HCP conversation continues, I want everyone to know that our resources, our species, habitat, and water are something that I take very seriously every day. I wish everyone knew that. It is in my best interest to protect all of the things as a father of a potential 5th generation. As I have a 17-year-old son that is very excited to continue the family tradition. I can tell you that in my 25 years of being in the woods every day and working with ODF, all of those 25 years, we have been through a lot of changes, some good, some bad, but we've grown together. This proposed HCP takes all of that away, not only for myself, but also the ODF staff I work with. Thank you.
Up next, Pam.
Good morning. My name is Pam Birmingham. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. I live in the Coast Range in the Astoria district. I was going to sit here and regurgitate all the comments about why we shouldn't weaken the current draft of the HCP. But last week, a good friend of mine who was very much in favor of a strong HCP passed away. And I was going through her things. This is her copy of the April 1998 draft of the HCP, heavily annotated. She has made so many comments over the years. And she was a school board member in Jewel who relies on timber money. But she realized how important, this is before climate change was even really talked about. She realized how important a strong HCP is. I am very strongly opposed to weakening the current draft. We need a robust plan that is implemented quickly. This is a copy of the ODF publication, The Horizon, from 1999. And it says that in 1996, the department and the board started talking and planning an HCP. And in this 1999 publication, it says the year 2000, the goal is in sight for the forest plan. The planning team aims to have the final draft HCP available for review at the Board of Forestry meeting in August of the year 2000. That's a long time ago. This has been going on for 27 years. And I sit here and I respect all the comments, but I hear, let's go back to the drawing board. Take your time. What's another year? Get it right. And at the risk of becoming cynical, I see that delay and stalling is maybe a tactic from the timber industry to just continue to harvest while they urge you to go back to the drawing board. And I don't think we have that time any longer.
Pam, could you provide a closing comment, please?
Quickly and firmly, enough time has passed. Please don't change the current draft. Thank you.
Next, Fred.
Thank you. Thank you to the board for allowing these comments today. My name is Fred Chambers. I love the forest. It is a sacred and spiritual place. It should be treated with respect and gratitude for all the gifts it gives to us. I spent a lot of time in the forest this past summer, and I'm always drawn to the streams where there's elderberries, salmonberries, huckleberries, little slugs, the birds. And the thing I realized that water is life. We all need to let that sink in deeply into our consciousness. The planet is warming. Water is becoming more precious and scarce. Protecting and enhancing the streams, lakes, springs, rivers, and watersheds need to be a top priority for all of us. Without water, there is no life. There'll be no salmon, no trees, no wildlife, and no human life. These are just some of the reasons that I support the alternative 3 as it is now written. Because it will protect clean water and air, protect the endangered salmon runs, provide restorative recreational opportunities while also allowing sustainable timber harvest. And there's one other reason that I support alternative 3. I have a beautiful 18-month-old grandson, Sammy, and I believe this will give him the best chance at a livable future. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, please join us in the front, Darlene, Dylan, Jay, and Court. I believe this will be our last in-person set after them, and that deck will be Mary Jo Mann, Will Tucker, Amanda Astor Sullivan, and Gary Bray. Darlene, please proceed.
My name is Darlene Sherman. I represent the Great Old Broads for Wilderness. And I thank you the opportunity to the board today to talk about the resolution of the HCP. Really, we support a strong HCP to recover endangered species, which is the intent, while providing sustainable harvest. I think the big concern is the estimates on the reduced harvest volume. I think we're premature of waiting for the Department of Forestry to do their updated harvest volumes with the future FMP. And I think it's a constraint in the near term because we're having to look at protect the potential conservation areas for the HCP while following the current forest management plan without having the take permit. So I think it's an artificial decline in the short term until the HCP is approved. So I encourage wait to see what the results are from the revised harvest estimates in the fall and to proceed with the HCP. Give us the greatest permanent value for all Oregonians, which will protect biodiversity, drinking water, recreation, climate mitigation, and sustainable timber harvest. Thank you.
Up next, Dylan.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, thank you for the opportunity to testify. My name is Dylan Plummer, and I'm a senior campaign organizer with the Sierra Club, a national environmental organization. On behalf of the Sierra Club's over 74,000 members and supporters in Oregon, I'm here to urge you to support a strong habitat conservation plan without further delay or compromise. My family moved to Oregon when I was 9 years old. In the 19 years since, I have seen firsthand the impacts of climate change on our state, with climate-driven drought, wildfire, and extreme heat directly impacting myself, my family, and my community. Just last month, as I'm sure many of you know, the Willamette Valley broke records for extreme heat with multiple days over 108 degrees and multiple people dying from extreme heat exposure. This summer's heat wave came even as the 2021 heat dome was still fresh on our minds, a heat dome which killed over 100 people in Oregon. It is no longer an abstraction. The climate crisis is here, and we must act boldly to address the existential threat that it poses to our state, to our communities. This board has just such an opportunity to act. The HCP must be crafted to address the existential threat posed by the climate crisis and help Oregon meet this moment by ensuring that our state's carbon-rich forests are a key part of the solution and not the problem. As you know, Western Oregon forests are the most effective in the world at sequestering and storing carbon, but only if they are protected from logging. As such, these forest ecosystems are an international resource with a measurable value parallel to the Amazon rainforest. I'm asking this board to take quick and urgent and bold action to ensure that our forests are managed with climate mitigation and resilience as top priorities. On behalf of our over 74,000 members in Oregon, I urge you to support the HCP as it's currently written, Alternative 3. Thank you for your consideration.
Up next, Jay.
Thank you very much. State Forester, Chair Kelly, other board members and staff. My name is Jay Halliday. You might remember me here about 4 years ago. Our family owns property in unincorporated Clatsop County between Cannon Beach and Arch Cape. We are not part of an organized water district, and we draw water from state water rights and the forest lands above us. At that time, when I testified last time, I do represent 20 families. We call ourselves the Friends of Hug Point because of our proximity to Hug Point. When I was here 4 years ago, it was to bring to the board's attention that we didn't think ODF followed policy in a potential timber sale in the watershed where we draw our water. You agreed with us, staff agreed, and allowed for an indefinite postponement of that timber sale. Where we stand today, though, makes us all concerned. In the 4 years since that testimony, our group has worked with ODF staff, NOAA, and others providing input to the forest management plan and the HCP. And we urge all of you to focus on the fact that some of us, thousands of Oregonians, and those of us in our neighborhood rely on the forest above us for our sole source of drinking water. This has been exacerbated in the last 12 to 18 months with the acknowledgement of the changing climate around us. So as you look forward, I do think there's a solution to provide the revenue that timber provides to many communities, but all Oregonians deserve clean, fresh water to drink. And we urge you, as you look at your considerations, to consider water supplies for families as an important issue in forest management and the HCP. Thank you very much for the opportunity of this testimony.
Thank you. Up next, Court.
Thank you. Good day. Court Boyce, State Representative, District 1, Cooskeur and Douglas Counties. Timber capital of the world. And yes, I enjoy being able to say that. Thanks for letting me come back today. Mr. Dumley, are you going to eat that cookie there? It looks pretty good. No, I just want to say thanks for letting this process work. 2 days, 4 hours of testimony. And it's been a bit uplifting. I also want to give a shout out, of course, Oregon Department of Forestry, our 9 forest protective associations. I've had the privilege of working with them for 8 or 9 years now. And my friends say I have the talent for stating the obvious, but they are the best in the West, 14 Western United States. A little history here. Some of you might remember when Jedediah Smith, 20 years after the Lewis and Clark expedition, come through Southern Oregon. What did he discover? The biggest trees, later learned on the entire planet, the most pristine rivers, full of fish. what has happened in Curry County, backyard between Josephine and Curry County. We've had 7 major fires. It's been absolutely brutal. They've not ever, the federal government has never let us in there to harvest those trees. And it's hurt our communities. It's hurt the entire lower half of Oregon. And you see the watersheds going in those 7 fires, $245 million is what just the last 3 fires, including the flat fire. Now the fees are still growing. The 2017 Chetco Bar fire, $88 million. Klondike 2018, almost that much. The point is this, so that $245 million, if our counties would have had just 10% of that for law enforcement, what we could have done for our schools, that waste has got to stop. I want the state forestry department to take the same professionalism, effectiveness, and successes that our fire people are doing. Finally, there's no way that in the Pacific Northwest, there are enough logging companies, families, capacities to log the timber in Oregon, regardless of ownership, as fast as it grows. Please remember that. Thank you. Start with the Elliott Forest, by the way. I have grave concerns there.
Thank you. All right. Thank you very much. Let's have the last set. Apologies. So let's hear from Mary Jo Mann. Correction, Doug Cooper will also be on this panel. Will, Tucker, Amanda, and Gary, please proceed. There should be enough seats for everybody.
Dear Chair Kelly and members of the board, for the record, my name is Mary Jo Mann. I'm a 350 PDX volunteer. I'm commenting today in opposition to the last minute proposal that would weaken the Habitat Conservation Plan. I have lived in Oregon all my life and grew up experiencing the incredible beauty of the forests and streams that our state is blessed with. I grew up outside of Salem, and so I'm aware of the, use of the timber for jobs and the communities that rely on those as well. But this place means a lot to me, and because of that, I urge you to move forward and adopt the HCP Alternative 3 that preserves and protects our forests and rivers, and is grounded in the best available science. Please do not jeopardize the work that has been done in good faith over the last several years by making a last-minute deal that will weaken this plan and put aquatic species and watersheds at risk. And based on the testimony I heard earlier, that's been going on for a lot longer than 3 years, which was interesting to understand how long this process has been going on. I recently drove through the coast, Highway 18 area, and I witnessed the devastation of our forest lands as a result of clear cuts. And I know how many communities' watersheds have been adversely impacted by the logging that's going on. I see that it's a challenge to allow for the timber industry to continue and sustain communities that rely on that. But I feel like we really have to look at sustaining timber for the future generations and protect habitat, which salmon and wildlife, people rely on those as well for their livelihoods, and buffer against the effects of climate change. I urge you to consider forest management for the greatest permanent value for all Oregonians per the court's mandate. We cannot reduce our forests, waters, and wildlife to simply a monetary value. This is our home, and we should honor and preserve it for the enjoyment and benefit of future generations.
Thank you. Up next, Doug.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, board members. My name is Doug Cooper. I'm Vice President of Resources for Hampton Lumber. The resolution under consideration today is an irresponsible abdication of this board's responsibility in the HCP process. The history of the ODF projected timber harvest outcomes from every process to date has shown us all that without transparency and accountability, we should have little confidence that the meaningful changes will be made, or even that the projections are believable. You can't have any idea what HCP you are buying and what you are paying for it. Yesterday, you heard that HCP FMP modeling scenarios and economic analysis will only be partially complete in December. The staff said they are struggling. To move forward today without the completed modeling would be a reckless decision and contrary to the board's stated commitment to transparency, accountability, and careful oversight. It's like committing to buy a car without knowing the price, much less the options that you'll have to pay for. All improvements to this HCP, which most of the board desires, must absolutely require board direction, oversight, and approval. What we do know is there's a 15,000 acre difference in the EIS alternatives. The services haven't told us that they have to have alternative two. And when contrasting this HCP with others in Oregon and Washington, we cannot understand why and how the requirements in this HCP are necessary. Prudent public or private land managers would commit to a management plan, no prudent or public or private land manager would commit to a management plan that loses meaningful amounts of money every year. They'd either change that plan or divest themselves of that asset. ODF has failed in its obligations to the Oregonians who love and work in these forests. If today you intend to pass this resolution to honor the commitments you have made to all stakeholders in this process, you must amend the resolution to remove item 4 and ensure you, the board, must review and approve all the HCP work of ODF staff. Anything short of that would only show that while you've been listening, you are choosing to discard the people who rely on the state forest for their livelihood. Thank you for the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Up next, Will.
So thank you, Chair Kelly and board members and State Forester Makamoto. Today, I testify as my position on the Council of Forest Trust Lands, representing 5 counties and about 500,000 people. As I reflected back when we were preparing for the Lynn County lawsuit, I got to read 1939, 40, 41 newspaper, 90-year-old newspapers about the promises that were being made to the counties, to the state, and actually to the world. One of the promises the governor promised was that we would have a world-class Oregon Department of Forestry, world-class forest management. And I think we do. And I know we have world-class in terms of firefighting. As I visit the fires and I see the difference between ODF's teams and others, I know we've made changes. I've seen what happened when 40 plus years ago, the federal government stopped active forest management, and what's happening to my forest now. The fires frequency, intensity, and size has dramatically changed. As I spoke yesterday about the adding the 4,000 plus acres for spotted owls, yet I don't have spotted owls to occupy the 4,000 acres we're going to set aside for the next 70 years. It worries me. But what worries me a lot more is I like to not push my problems onto other people in the world, that I try to solve my problems, keep those things, recycle, do those things I can do myself. I think of the fact that today, about 30% of the woods used to build our homes comes from Canada, comes from South America, comes from Africa. My wood in my last house, cabinet wood, came from Africa. And I think about, as I work in Africa, and I do every single summer, I think about Africa and South America, and I'm not sure those second and third world countries are ready to face the economic and environmental challenges that we have to face. The economic challenges they have are pretty straightforward. Let's cut, let's burn, let's cut, let's burn. They don't reforest. It is really sad to see the Amazon and see what's happening there. So as we look at the governor's request to build more houses, as I know the shortages of houses I have in Lynn County and in my region, I reflect on the fact that they are going to get timber, they're going to build houses, but we're going to bring in more timber from countries and from nations that are not ready to do the ecology that we can do. I thank you. I don't envy you in your task. I appreciate the fact that an HCP needs to occur. I'm just not sure that I know that we have the right one in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Amanda.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Makamoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Amanda Sullivan Astor. I'm the Forest Policy Manager for Associated Oregon Loggers and a certified forester. I come before you today with a deep appreciation for the intricacies of the Habitat Conservation Plan and the resolution currently before you today. In the pursuit of balance between wildlife and socioeconomic interests, I'm reminded of a timeless quote from Gifford Pinchot. The vast possibilities of our great future will become realities only if we make ourselves responsible for that future. The resolution before you today begins to recognize that responsibility and represents an opportunity to take ownership of that future. It's a responsibility that AOL recognizes you guys don't take lightly. In the spirit of Gifford Pinchot's words, I ask that you consider whether the resolution sincerely addresses the concerns that continue to be voiced by the hardworking men and women stewarding the board's entrusted resources. Gandhi once said, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." If the board truly wishes to make a meaningful impact and earnestly attempts to decrease the negative externalities of the HCP and FMP on small family forest businesses, children's education, and community well-being, then the resolution before you today may not be enough. We hope humanity shines through in the end as the board safeguards the purpose and identity of those who get to work in the woods every day. Many of AOL's members are currently out working side by side with ODF staff to put out wildfires. If loss of these jobs through decreased harvests are not rectified, there will be a domino effect, and the HCP and FMP currently lack adequate analysis of these trade-offs. In the end, we believe upholding the HCP's fundamental principle of protecting listed species while removing the necessity of take avoidance should be measured against GPV through ensuring no net loss of forest sector jobs and that rural communities can continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Gary.
Go Ducks again. I don't come to these things. Yesterday was the first time I'd been to one because I don't like beating my head against the wall because the wall's harder than my head, mostly. But one of the things that I found yesterday is we have two groups here. We have the forest worshipers and the forest managers, stewards. And they both have, valid beliefs. And we heard a lot about science, but one of the sciences that we didn't hear about and we won't hear about was the false study about the spotted owl. The latest studies found out that the spotted owl was actually being killed by the barn horned owl, which migrated from Minnesota to Oregon and feeds on spotted owls. The logger got blamed for it, and that bad study is really what destroyed the forest for the last 40 years because of poor forest management that we're doing now, because we believe that a forest fire is better than a chainsaw. And that's just the belief. I get it. I've lived here all my life. I understand that belief, but it's wrong. We need to manage our forests properly. The forest is where the carbon dioxide is turned into oxygen. And that's primarily done by young trees, not older trees. We need to thin the trees to stop these forest fires that are destroying the forests, weakening the forests. And after a forest fire like the one we had up in Portland area, where you had 500 square miles, the next thing that happens is the bugs come in and kill another 500 square miles. So you guys have been put in a bad spot to where you have to allow the forest to be destroyed. And this latest example, this new bill, is going to finish the job. These forests are going to burn to the ground because of this. And for good intentions by the people who worship these trees, but in the end, they kill the trees. And that's the decision you guys got to make. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you, everyone. Please feel free to return to your seats. Okay, next up, we have the individuals joining us online, either by computer or by phone. Shift here for a moment. The order I call out is in the order that you'll provide your comments to the board. All right, so can we switch to gallery view for us in the room? Thank you so much. Okay, so I will call these in sets of 4. Hopefully everyone will be ready. We've got Jody Bear, Casey Miller, Mark Scholl, Nora Sherwood. That's the first set that will be online. The second set will be Margaret Magruder, Nadia Gardner, Mickey Ryan, and Michael Gaskill. Jody, whenever you're ready, we'll begin the timer.
Thank you. Chair Kelly and members of the board, my name is Jody Bear. I live in Hood River. My company is YSM Solutions. I'm commenting today in opposition to the proposed resolution to weaken the Habitat Conservation Plan. I am a professional civil engineer focusing on environmentally sustainable solutions for the built environment. My specialty area is stormwater, aka rainwater management. I love our beautiful state. The best available science tells us that the mature forest habitat is indispensable for the long-term continuance of humans here on this planet. It is imperative that we do everything possible now to protect the forests that remain. I implore you to base all decisions on the best available science, which tells us that we must protect every tree possible and absolutely all of our forests. Please implement a strong HCP as soon as possible. It is critical that we base all decisions on the best available science as required by state law. Please support HCP Alternative 3. We need it to have any chance to work with the changing climate that is already impacting all of us. Thank you for considering these comments.
Thank you. Up next, Casey.
Morning. My name is Casey Miller. I'm a county commissioner from Lincoln County, a forest trust county. I speak today for myself and not on behalf of the entire Lincoln County Board of Commissioners, but I do echo the concerns of many individuals and organizations in Lincoln County and elsewhere who share the following. I support a habitat conservation plan, specifically Alternative 3 in this iteration, that I believe provides the highest environmental protections for the environment, drinking water, and wild species for the interconnected web of life we all share. I would like to add that in future iterations of forest management policy, I suspect we'll see growing concerns and desire for more granular analysis regarding the impacts of herbicide use and how this impacts community and wildlife health. While I advocate today for the greatest environmental protections under consideration, I ask that you continue to prioritize and improve governance, process, transparency where possible, so that we all have the greatest opportunity to understand the implications for all stakeholders. There is much at stake. How we approach the challenges of our times is important. May each of us demonstrate the highest consideration for the policy impacts to our communities and how we'll mitigate those impacts collectively. Thank you for your time on this matter.
Thank you. Up next, Mark.
Yes, good morning, Board of Forestry, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Commissioner Mark Scholl, Clackamas County. Currently, the Habitat Conservation Plan is a one-size-fits-all approach. It does not take into account the unique characteristics of each individual forest, and it does not account for the additional acres that will be removed from production when the new Forest Accord rules for forest practices come into effect this January. We believe that active forest management yields better results for all species than a no-touch approach. In fact, longer harvest rotations could support even greater biodiversity in working forests. The 2020 fires had a significant impact on the ODF managed lands in Clackamas County. Fire destroyed or altered large areas of habitat for the federally listed endangered species the HCP is supposed to protect. So those species may not even be there anymore to be protected. In addition, the actual available harvest for the next 50 years will be less than 1/3 of what the HCP envisioned before the burn. Locking up forest lands for the next 70 years won't reduce fire risk, and in fact will likely increase it if the new vegetation growth that comes in after the BG fire is not managed or controlled. Clackamas County is concerned about the reduction in harvest levels and the negative economic impacts that it will have on local mills, on the logging and wood products industries, on the county and local taxing districts that depend on timber sale revenue, and on the impacts of ODF budget and operations. Additionally, this month, the Secure Rural Schools Act ends, making harvest levels even more important to forest products communities in Clackamas County. Healthy harvest equals a healthy economy in Oregon and healthy wildlife. Thank you very much for your time.
Commissioner, thank you. Up next, can we have Nora?
Good morning, Chair Kelly and members of the board. For the record, my name is Nora Sherwood and I represent the Audubon Society of Lincoln City. Thank you for your time. I am supporting the implementation of Alternative 3 of the HCP, and I'm opposed to the proposed resolution to weaken it. The proposed resolution would reduce habitat for endangered fish and wildlife, result in thousands of acres of industrial scale clear cuts on state forest, and cause unnecessary delays in finalizing the HCP. I urge you to make your decision based on the best available science and not on political pressure. Alternative 3 is the minimum of what we should be doing. I care about this issue because I continue to rue the conditions of the forests that I see here on the Oregon coast where I live. For example, one practice I see here, patchwork clear cutting, destroys forest ecosystems, increases the risk of soil erosion, and pollutes drinking water sources. I'm astounded that Oregon still allows this type of harvest anywhere. Having listened to the testimony given, I'm surprised that some people believe forest fires are caused by a lack of logging. The increased quantity and intensity of forest fires the entire world is experiencing right now is not due to decreased timber extraction, but rather to global warming. Simply put, warmer and drier conditions are causing the increase in forest fires, not a lack of timber extraction. To look at an example that's in the news recently, Canada had record forest fires this year, and they're only getting worse year over year. However, levels of logging activity have not changed significantly. Although the rate has been a bit more some years and a bit less other years, the annual harvest in 2020, approximately 150 million cubic meters of wood, was about the same as it was in 1990, 30 years ago. If a lack of logging was the issue, we'd expect different results in Canada. I am also dismayed by the false choice in parts of Oregon between the modest protections of forests versus funding of schools and other critical public services. I recognize that this is beyond the scope of what is being addressed here today, but folks, other places don't fund schools this way, and it's not necessary that we do it here either. Setting up a conflict of interest between the welfare of school children and modest protections for forests is a poor way to conduct business, and two wrongs don't make a right. It would take a lot of political will, but there are alternatives. Thank you again for your time.
So we've asked everyone to speak with grace and respect, and I just cannot accept someone making a statement of a liar while somebody is providing their testimony. That is not acceptable. That is not acceptable. We will not allow that behavior in this room.
Thank you, Board Chair. Up next, we have Margaret, Nadia, Mickey, and Michael. So Margaret, ready for you to begin.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, members of the board, State Forester Makamoto, and staff. I'm Margaret Magruder, a Columbia County Commissioner. Certainly from the testimony that we've heard the last 2 days, it's evident that the future of Oregon forests is extremely important to all citizens. The Oregon Department of Forestry is, to my knowledge, the only state agency that has the ability to generate real income outside of fees. And I believe this can be continued to be achieved through the active management of our state forests, while also addressing the environmental needs and the recreational benefits that we all enjoy. Columbia County doesn't have as much state forest land as most of our neighbors, but the revenue that these state funds provide is no less important. Today, the Board of Forestry will discuss a resolution to adjust the HCP to allow for increased revenue production. I support this. It's time to take another look at the HCP and find ways to maintain revenue for county services and for jobs in our communities. While I appreciate the board considering this resolution, I think it is imperative that ODF bring any changes in the HCP back to the Board of Forestry for review, and the resolution should clearly state this. The long-term harvest outcomes will need to be constantly monitored. The Board of Forestry should take an active part in these decisions throughout the life of the HCP. To date, every projection that ODF has made and every adjustment to the plan has resulted in less revenue to the counties and less revenue to the state. ODF should present the results of their work to the Board of Forestry and show that the adjustments meet the board's intent. This will help to build trust in the process and help counties plan for the future. I want to commend Shaylin, our earlier commenter. She did a great job, and I hope everybody listened to her. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present.
Thank you. Up next, Nadia.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, my name is Nadia Gardner, and I'm here to ask that you strengthen the habitat conservation plan and not weaken it. I live on the North Oregon coast in Clatsop County, and along with many members of my rural community, I support HCP alternative number 3. I'm a small woodlot owner, and I manage our family timberland for multiple values, including timber and also wildlife habitat. The property is very near one of the proposed habitat conservation areas, 280 acres adjacent to Hug Point State Recreation Area. And that's also the area that provides drinking water to Jay Halliday and his 20 neighbors. I'm also the parent of a 7-year-old child, and I mourn the fact that we've already failed him and other children. I want our kids to live their lives in a world with clean and abundant drinking water, diverse wildlife, and less unnatural wildfires, flooding, coastal erosion, and catastrophic storms resulting from the climate crisis. We've created a mess for them. Recognizing it now, we must do everything we can to reverse course. I understand that some of the Clatsop County commissioners and others have asked for an additional 10,000 acres to be cut from habitat conservation areas in Clatsop. This is not a small change. That's a large change. That's a big step backward for salmon recovery as well as carbon sequestration. As a result of political pressure, please do not open up the HCP and clear cut thousands more acres within HCAs. The proposed resolution would hurt endangered fish and wildlife, result in thousands of acres of industrial scale clear cuts, and cause unnecessary delays in finalizing the HCP. Opponents will not be satisfied with any compromises. They will continue to fight the HCP. So all you've done is weaken it without garnering support. If you must decide on a compromise, get letters of support or at least neutrality from those asking first. Along with so many Oregonians, I ask you to support HCP Alternative 3 that protects salmon habitat by preventing logging along tributary streams and around landslide prone areas.
Nadia, could you provide a closing comment, please?
Thank you for your service and considering my comments.
Thank you. Up next, Mickey.
Sorry. Chair Kelly and members of the board, for the record, my name is Mickey Ryan. I'm a member of the Great Old Broads for Wilderness and National Environmental Group. I'm a member of the Cascade Volcanoes chapter, and I support the comments of Darlene Charman, who gave comments for our organization. And I'm commenting today personally also in opposition to the proposed resolution to weaken the HCP. Please support a strong HCP as originally proposed and support Alternative 3. We must protect our endangered species, our water, and our entire ecosystem. I'm sure all of us have driven through and over our coastal forests. And as one commenter remarked, to see the patchwork of clear cut and destruction of the forest, not by fire, but by logging. We've all seen that, and we have to be working to restore that forest, not to destroy them. As has been testified, the forests of Oregon are an amazing resource for battling climate change, which is a global issue, and we have to consider we will all go down together. We will not be able to preserve any part of anything for people to have jobs if we destroy the earth as we're doing. I was just in the Tillamook Forest yesterday and looking at a campsite there. It was small, but a lovely site along the Wilson River. People are desperate for places to hike and camp in our forest. Tillamook is the closest town to this. The recreational opportunities of that area have really not been explored yet, and there's an incredible potential for jobs and recreation, a sustainable means of producing revenue that won't run out, as our forests will, as they have in the East Coast. Once harvested, we lose those recreation opportunities, probably forever. We've seen cities like Salem lose their access to drinking water. That's another important thing that we cannot replace. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Michael.
Chair Kelly and the board, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Michael Gaskill, and I live in the rightful lands of the Yaquina people here in Oregon's Coast Range. At the last Board of Forestry meeting, I spoke about how Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3 is the compromise position. I understand that the chair has introduced a resolution which will further weaken the HCP, and it appears the resolution is designed not in line with best available science, but to appease powerful private interests who believe that state forests belong to the logging community alone, and some of whom have engaged in absolutely egregious misinformation campaigns in order to terrify the residents of the North Coast. I urge the board to pass HCP Alternative 3 and to resist efforts to further weaken this already compromised position. Our salmon and steelhead runs are on the brink of extinction, and we are in a climate emergency. And despite what some in the timber industry may say, the facts are that logging does not prevent forest fires. We all know this, and I don't need to say more. State lands belong to all Oregonians, and Oregonians have been overwhelmingly clear about how we want our forests managed for the greatest good, not the private interests of a few wealthy timber barons. Please pass HCP Alternative 3 without further delay. Thank you.
Thank you. The next set will be Carol Valentine, Mark Kahula, Joe Leibowitz, Harriet Cook, and the round after that is Julia DeGraw, Amy Patrick, Emily Angel, and Liz Perkin. Carol, we'll begin whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukamoto, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Carol Valentine, and I'm commenting today in opposition to the proposed resolution to alter the boundaries for habitat conservation areas in the HCP. I urge you instead to support passage of HCP Alternative 3, which contains science-based HCA boundaries based on a lengthy public process which produced a compromise between timber extraction and habitat protection. The resolution conflicts with Oregon law, which requires all board decisions to be supported by the best available science. And its adoption would cause delay in finalizing the HCP at a time when endangered species and all of us are being hammered by climate change impacts. As a rural Oregonian, I am experiencing the impacts of clear-cut logging on the water quality and quantity in my own watershed and the ensuing hotter microclimates that are harming fish. And I ask you to oppose the chair's resolution to alter the HCP to allow thousands of acres of clear cuts within the proposed habitat conservation areas. Climate change is bringing increased drought and heat to Western Oregon. Please don't alter the HCP to reduce high-quality habitat for threatened salmon and wildlife. Alternative 3 provides better protection for salmon habitat by preventing logging along tributary streams and around landslide-prone areas. An HCP at least as strong as this alternative will help buffer against the effects of climate change and help protect water sources for Northwest Oregon communities. This will only become more and more critical. A recent poll shows that Oregonians are united in their concern about future access to clean water. Oregonians overwhelmingly support our state forests being managed to prioritize abundant habitat for fish and wildlife and clean water for communities. As one survey respondent
Can you
said,
provide a closing comment, Carol, please?
without the environment, there is no economy. Thank you for considering my comments.
Thank you. Up next, Mark.
Yes, Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukomoto, and members of the board. My name is Mark Queel. I'm the chair of the Clatsop County Commission. You know, I come from a family of fishermen. I'm a fourth generation Oregonian. I'm speaking in support of item 9 on the agenda. I'd just like to applaud the chair for recognizing that changes need to be made to the draft habitat conservation plan. You know, there really needs to be flexibility in a view of the plan through a socioeconomic lens, not just an environmental one. And obviously, we're very concerned about the disproportionate impacts of the draft plan, especially to Clatsop County, specifically a reduction in the family wage jobs, reductions in local government revenues, including Clatsop County, but our cities, school districts, healthcare district, community college, rural fire districts, transportation district, and other special districts. The reduction in service levels for all vital services, including law enforcement and public works, and long-term impacts on philanthropy, healthcare, education, not-for-profits, and civic organizations. You know, we recently sent a letter to the board respectfully requesting that the Board of Forestry modify the draft HCP by adding 10,000 production acres in the Clatsop State Forest. And you know, that will only partially mitigate for the severe economic and social impacts in our community. But we think we're confident that the request is reasonable and feasible and could be obtained in a number of manners, doubling up where riparian conservation zones that are adjacent to habitat conservation areas, or capitalizing on areas where logging is difficult due to geotechnical concerns or public safety hazards and areas nearby drinking water. And production acres could be obtained by looking to stands on the edges of the habitat conservation areas that are not projected to become habitat until well into the permit term. So stands that are less than 50 years old. So just in summary, I support the chair's resolution. I'm in favor of getting it right, not trying to just adopt something and move on. I'm also in favor of transparency, and whatever changes are proposed should come back for review and approval. You know, we really value our partnership in Clatsop County with the state, and we will continue to be a strong and vocal advocate for a balanced HCP that faithfully, equitably considers environmental, economic, and social factors. So thank you so much for your service to Oregon, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Joe.
Chair Kelly and members of the Board of Forestry, my name is Joe Liebesite. I'm the Assistant Director of Statewide Conservation for Portland Audubon, and I'll be testifying today on behalf of our over 16,000 members across the state on item 9, the HCP resolution. But before I do that, I just wanted to just dispel some of the scientific misinformation you heard about the spotted owl on some of your previous testimony. Just to preface that, earlier in my career, I worked as a scientist primarily and published close to 30 papers as a co-author or author on scientifically peer-reviewed publications. And I just keep hearing that, where are the spotted owls in our state forest? Well, a big part of that is that spotted owls need large forest blocks of mature or old growth habitat and closed canopy. And currently the best places for that in Oregon are in our federal forests that are protected by the Northwest Forest Plan. So far in our state forest lands, we're lacking that kind of habitat. But the habitat conservation areas, if they're done right, would create that kind of habitat for those spotted owls to be successful. The other thing we've heard is the barred owls moving in. Yes, that is happening. And the reason barred owls have expanded their range into Western United States is because of forest fragmentation, which is driven in large part by logging. So I just wanted to clear that up. So I'll go back and talk about the HCP. I urge you to vote no on the resolution to change the HCA boundaries. That would open up thousands more acres for clear cutting. The HCP took years of work across with diverse stakeholders in a public process to come up with a balance between timber extraction and forest habitat protections. And to be quite frank, Portland, Alabama is concerned, even with the existing HCP, it doesn't go far enough for protections, but we do recognize that need after decades of work to come up with a compromise. So we just urge you to, as many others have said, to please move forward with the existing HCP, in particular alternative 3, reject the resolution, stick with the plan, and we would love to see that adopted before the end of the year, HCP with alternative 3. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Harriet.
Thank you, Chair Kelly and board members, for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you to all who have spoken. My name is Dr. Harriet Cook. We actually met in Sisters. State forests are not the only forests being over-harvested and clear-cut. I'm here to support Habitat Conservation Plan Alternative 3, a plan that is the minimum necessary, that is backed by forest ecology science, wildlife science, and the realities of climate science, that begs us to sustain and grow mature forest canopy for cooling our streams and lands and helping to prevent the most devastating megafires. I'm commenting in opposition to the proposed resolution to weaken this plan. I understand that it would reduce habitat for critically endangered salmon and wildlife and result in thousands of acres of industrial scale clear cuts on state forests. I urge you to finalize Alternative 3, which provides better protection for salmon by preventing logging along tributary streams and around landslide-prone areas. This balanced forest plan also includes sustainable timber harvest that do not further compromise our dwindling fish and wildlife. We need you to finalize a plan that results in no net loss of habitat, that your decisions are based on science. I understand that finalizing the plan will actually support logging the backlog of timber sales that are held up by wildlife concerns. We need a bare minimum of mature forests to sequester carbon, cool our lands and streams, and purify our water. 40-year-old trees and clear cuts do not meet these needs. I'm grateful for those timber companies working to sustainably harvest timber through sustainable practices. Our forest communities must be supported to develop sustainable forest economies rather than unsustainable over-extraction of our remaining mature forests and forests that provide critical habitat, clean water, and sequester carbon and water. Look at the numbers and health of our salmon and steelhead. They're a key indicator of the health of our forests. This isn't about wildlife versus people. It's about being able to critically recognize that the way we've treated
Harriet,
our
could you provide a
forests,
closing comment, please?
yes, thank you, particularly mature forests, has contributed to our current climate, water, and salmon crises. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Julia.
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to provide testimony today. My name is Julia DeGraw, and I am the Coalition Director at the Oregon League of Conservation Voters. And I am testifying today on the HCP and representing the thousands of supporters we have in the state of Oregon, urging you to pass the strongest habitat conservation plan you can today. We've been in this process for a long time, and Oregonians really clearly value the responsible management of our state lands, our state forest lands, for the greatest good for the greatest period of time. And we've done, I think I want to remind folks that Alternative 3 is a compromise position. And I also really want to thank a number of people who testified ahead of me who said most of the things I was planning on saying. And I especially want to appreciate folks who set the record straight on the role that logging plays in wildfire. There's been a lot of misinformation here about that particular topic, and I think it really drives the point home that we need to be making these decisions based on the best available science in order to get the best possible outcome that's the most sustainable for all the parties involved. And I also want to echo support for the governor's efforts to find alternative sources of revenue for these rural communities. We never should have coupled
funding for essential services and schools with logging. That was never a sustainable or smart choice, and we need to rectify that moving forward. So I appreciate that this is a really challenging position that you all are on, you are all in on the board to, move forward with this, but alternative 3 really truly is the compromise, and we urge you to pass it as quickly as possible to the benefit of Oregonians and wildlife. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, Amy.
Good morning. Chair Kelly, members of the board. For the record, my name is Amy Patrick, and I'm the policy director for the Oregon Hunters Association. By way of background, the Oregon Hunters Association is Oregon's largest state-centric hunter and conservationist organization, and we represent over 11,000 members throughout 26 chapters in the state. Throughout the HCP process, OHA has continually advocated for a management approach to state forest lands that would produce a broad spectrum of habitat beneficial to all native wildlife species. Under the greatest permanent value, ODF strategies for wildlife are governed by an overarching goal to protect, maintain, and enhance habitat for native wildlife species. However, the outcome of the proposed HCP disproportionately favors later serial habitat users instead of including all native wildlife species equally. Under the HCP, half of the state forest will be transitioned to late serial habitat conditions, with the remaining half managed for a broad range of stand types and forest conditions. The result is a small portion of the state's forest lands in early serial habitat conditions at any one point in time, which would have a negative effect on the early serial habitat users, namely our ungulate populations. OHA agrees with the language in the HCP, which states that high quality, complex, early serial habitat is important, but we also assert that the quantity of such habitat is equally important. We support working forests and active management of our state forest lands, and we urge both the Board of Forestry and the agency to adjust the HCP harvest levels to ensure sustainability in local communities and economies, while also providing habitat that is more equitably beneficial to all native wildlife species. Additionally, I just want to make a personal comment here. I'm a 6th generation Oregonian. I live in the Santiam Canyon area, an area that is a community that is highly dependent on the timber industry. And the term wealthy timber barons is not a term I've heard anybody use with a straight face in a number of years. And I'd just like to say that there are no wealthy timber barons here. There are hardworking families in this community who are being good stewards of the land. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Up next, Emily.
Thank you. Chair Kelly, Foresters, member of the board, thanks for having our testimony today. My name is Emily Akdedian, and I'm here in Nehalem with members of my community, Harut Akdedian and Karen Small. And we oppose the resolution and want to see a strong habitat conservation plan move forward, specifically under alternative 3. I'm speaking to you today as a resident of Tillamook County and as a mother of 2 young children growing up in this community, and also as someone who has been employed in the tourism and recreation economy and in conservation. We need healthy watersheds, diverse multi-layered forests from our headwaters down to our bays and estuaries. In this place, in the Tillamook region, we are intimately connected to our state forests and waterways, not just for enjoyment and recreation, but also for life and livelihood and one of the most basic human needs, drinking water, as well as buffers for climate change. We are concerned that the proposed resolution to adjust the boundaries of the habitat conservation areas and open up additional acreage to cutting is not grounded in the best available science as law requires, and that is being considered prematurely as revised harvest projections and biological opinions have not yet been given. The potential delay or derailment of this multi-year effort around an HCP does not justify any potential outcome that this resolution could possibly bring. We know the current incentives are wrong, and we know the current funding model is unsustainable. As a mother and member of this community, I don't want to see the future continue to be discounted. I, like most here today, want to see education of our children and county services secure and funded, not in high harvest years, but in all years, and not at the expense of our most important, valuable, irreplaceable communal resource. We deserve a better model. If the board decides to adopt this resolution, please commit to no loss of habitat and the important riparian protections afforded under alternative 3.
I'm Karen Small. I'm a mother and a grandmother. Folks, we're in a climate crisis. Northwest forests have contributed significantly by clear cutting and releasing so much carbon into the atmosphere. Automation of clear cutting has decreased jobs in Oregon. Most lumber that is used in Oregon, most lumber from Oregon is sold overseas. Spraying used in clear cutting is polluting our water systems and contributing to cancers in employees and nearby inhabitants. Recently, sprayed chemicals have been found in shellfish along the Oregon coast. Rather than adding land to be clear cut, I think it's time to put a moratorium on clear cutting and return to selective logging practices and to bring all the benefits of the forest back to Oregon through ecotourism and other processes, and decrease the carbon released, which is damaging the entire planet. Thank you. We did it.
Thank you very much. And I believe we're on our last testimony provider. Liz, are you ready?
Yes.
Thank you.
Chair Kelly and members of the board, for the record, my name is Dr. Elizabeth Perkin, and I'm the Northern Oregon Coordinator for Native Fish Society. I'm commenting today in opposition to the proposed resolution to weaken the Habitat Conservation Plan and to encourage the board to support Alternative 3 of the HCP. As a child, I spent many weeks each year at my family's cabin in Tierra del Mar and have fished the Nestucca and other north coastal watersheds since I was old enough to hold a rod. One of the best parts of staying in Tierra del Mar was drinking the cold, clean tap water that came from the forested hills nearby. When heavy coastal rains fall on forested lands, they recharge groundwater, creating a remarkably clean and cold water source even during hot summer months. This proposed resolution would put that high-quality drinking water for many small northern coastal communities at greater risk, as rain that falls on clear-cut slopes is less likely to enter the groundwater and instead flows over the surface, carrying fine sediments into receiving creeks and rivers and harming both people and aquatic life. On the other hand, adopting Alternative 3 of the HCP would provide increased protections, not just for drinking water, but also for ESA-listed fish and larger aquatic communities they rely on. The increased riparian buffers in Alternative 3 versus those in the proposed action may not seem significant, but I have conducted research on fish and aquatic vertebrates in a research forest with variable buffer widths, and increasing a buffer width from 35 to 50 feet will provide substantially more shade during increasingly warm summer months, greater water filtration, and eventually greater in-stream wood that will contribute to habitat complexity. Importantly, these differences in stream function between buffer widths are noted even when only about 20% of a small watershed is clear-cut. The value of maintaining large buffers grows in importance when harvest area increases. When calculating the economic costs and benefits of an action, these services must be taken into account. There's of course a cost to lost board feet cut, but what is the cost of mitigating climate change, building more complex water treatment facilities, and paying for habitat restoration? I urge you to reject the proposed resolution and instead support Alternative 3 of the Habitat Conservation Plan. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Liz. And right before the time. So I just have to do one more quick check to see if Juka is in the room. That was the last person signed up. So with no one coming forward. All right, let's move, let's close out. Testimony providers, we do appreciate you bearing with us and do the I have to defer to the chair at this point, ma'am. I'm sorry, we had everyone signed up. Chair Kelly.
At this point, we're running behind schedule, and we've tried to accommodate as much as possible, and that's my final decision.
Okay, all right. Well, again, thank you. We appreciate your participation in the September 7th board meeting. Chair Kelly, State Forester Mukamoto, and members of the board, this concludes our morning public testimony portion for item 8. And just as a friendly reminder, feel free to please send in any testimony up through September 20th. We do accept written or video testimonials. Send it to the Board of Forestry at odf.oregon.gov. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to make one exception here. Our former Governor Kitzhaber wanted to be here to testify today, but his son came out 2 days ago from the East Coast, and they had their one and only opportunity to be rafting on the Rogue. So he provided a written testimony, and given that he's our longest running governor ever, I want to show him the respect to read it into the record. So here goes. Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Forestry. For the record, my name is John Kitzhaber, former state senator and Oregon governor. I wanted to share a few brief thoughts with you today on the state forest habitat conservation plan. For 24 years, I served in the Oregon legislature. I represented a timber-dependent district in Douglas County and am familiar with the challenges facing the forest product industry, as well as its importance to Oregon in general and to rural communities in particular. Throughout my entire career in public service, I was deeply involved in efforts to ensure a healthy forest products industry while ensuring that conservation values were protected and enhanced, especially on state and federal forest land. My approach was based on my belief in the importance of trust and collaboration to bridge the false choice between healthy rural communities and a healthy environment. Examples of this approach include the Oregon Plan for Salmon and Watersheds, Oregon Watershed Councils, the Eastside Forest Health Collaboratives, and the Stevens Mountain Cooperative Management and Protection Area. Your work to develop a state forest HCP is another example of this proud Oregon tradition. 2 years ago, I was asked to write a white paper for Sustainable Northwest on the future of forest policy in Oregon. In the process of putting this paper together, I interviewed over 24 people from the conservation community and the forest products industry. While there were certainly areas of disagreement, there was broad consensus on the central importance of certainty around the level of timber harvest and certainty around the protection of conservation values. The State Forest HCP offers a vehicle to which that certainty can be realized. I know that this effort has not been without controversy, but I also believe that it represented an important step forward, one that can provide not only a greater level of certainty, but also a foundation for the kind of trust and collaboration that the board will need as it deals with a number of policy and financial challenges that still lie ahead. That's sincerely, John Kitzhaber, MD. Okay, so that I say testimony providers, we appreciate your participation in the September 7th board meeting. Chair, so thank you, Hillary, for your help getting us to this point. And akin to yesterday, board members, if you have comments in response to what you have heard, we have time available under item 11 today, or we can eliminate our morning break and make space now in recognition of the efforts made by the public to come out and testify. Any thoughts? I thought that the break would be popular. I'm going to make one comment. We heard from a lot of folks who felt that the resolution that is being introduced was based on a lot of pressure, political pressure from the timber industry, et cetera. And that really rang false for me because I'm retired. I don't owe anything to conservation folks. Nor do I owe anything to the timber industry. I'm sure people would love to have leverage over me and other board members, but in fact, they don't. And the reason this resolution has been put forward is simply because our job is to look at the best available science and as a policy board, look at all the other implications of what it means to have greatest permanent value. And it does include all the economic effects of our decisions, and that's what it's about. The introduction of it was really about trying to find that right path, not a result of pressure. And with that, let's take a break and be back at 10:15. Welcome back, everyone. All right, everybody. We're going to move to the next item on our agenda, which is the chair's proposed resolution on the draft Western Oregon State's Habitat Conservation Plan. So we've had, I think you could call them some process challenges in the last few days in terms of communications on this, and it's been a struggle, and I think we have perceptions, some distrust amongst the board, and I'll just say challenges. So I think our best step here is there's an interest to table this resolution. And what I would like to do is table the resolution at this moment, have a less energized conversation and allowing every board member to talk about where they are with the HCP in general and specifically commenting on the resolution. And if we get to the point where it's going to make sense to vote on the resolution at that point, Cal will at that point read the resolution and we could move forward or not. So at this point, this is our change of plan. I'm frustrated, as you can imagine, that we are at this place. And I want to remind everyone that without any resolution or without any action today, we are in the same place we were, which is we are moving ahead based on the 4-3 vote that we took, in Seaside, if I remember, last year. And that leaves everything in motion. And the next step would be when we're looking at modeling the forest management plan. So with that, I open it up to board member comments, and I see Joe Justice wants to jump right in.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you offering to table this. I think how we work through these problems is really important. Process is really important, and trust is incredibly important on this board. We have to maintain that, and that's very, very important to me. And surprises are something that's if you want to make this board member frustrated, surprises is the single greatest thing you can do. So I appreciate you tabling this. I think we're not ready to make a decision regarding this. I think one of the things, you made a point about Seaside, so I'll go ahead and bring up Seaside. We didn't have a vote in Seaside. I elected not to bring forward a motion to pursue alternative 5 in Seaside. And the reason why I didn't, we had a lot of discussion as a board related to that. We have alternatives now in the CIS, alternative 3, alternative 2, which is the preferred alternative, I believe. Is that correct, Mike? 2 is the preferred, or the, what is the right word? Yeah. And alternative 5 is an alternative that potentially rolls, I believe, 12,000 acres out of HCAs and into available for harvest, and would affect increased harvest levels related to an HCP. So I just want to make sure, and I was convinced at that time to not bring that resolution, bring that motion forward, because I didn't think it was constructive, because I didn't think, I was convinced by Mike and others that I didn't have all the information that I needed to bring that forward. So I think that's important. I think for me, I want to make sure everybody's clear. I think an HCP ultimately is the right decision. I want to find a solution that gets us there. I'm trying to find, that's why I appreciate this resolution. I think an HCP is the right HCP is the right move to make. I think we cannot forget about the twin goals, and the reason why this board, that Jim and Brenda and I were a part when we kind of began this process. All the analysis that we've been put forward to increase economic outcomes and to increase conservation outcomes. That's been the twin goals, right? And I think we have to circle back on that. I think we have to circle back ultimately to make this, I think it's our responsibility. And we're going to have a way by which to evaluate that. We have a current management of state forests right now with take avoidance. I think there's this idea that, I mean, take avoidance is a way of protecting endangered species. It's how we operate. We are sensitive to endangered species on state forests through a process of take avoidance. That has challenges that we talk about. And an HCP is really an alternative to that, right? And when we looked at the business case analysis many years ago, we had a significant delta between an HCP, outcomes for conservation and outcomes for economic versus our path that we're on with take avoidance. I believe that delta is narrowing on the economic side of the equation. I know that for me, I'm going to need to understand what that delta is fully to make this decision. And I guess my request is that we look at doing an economic analysis, a delta analysis, a business case analysis, whatever you want to call it, by a third party, looking at that again to complete that circle. Because I think that's important. I think that honors the past board that put us on this trajectory. And I think it also will allow us to fully understand what we're agreeing to, certainly from an economic side, because we're trying to balance that. So I know I've taken up a lot of air here, so I'll go ahead and stop.
All right, Brenda, go ahead. Thank you, Joe. I agree with a lot of what Joe says. We don't always agree. That's pretty clear. But we trust each other and we respect each other. And I think that's the way board members should work with one another. What I don't appreciate is surprise too. And this caught me by surprise. It inserted drama into a process where we don't need more drama. We've already got enough contentious behavior going on here. So I found this to be really quite unnecessary. And relative to trust, people who know me know that putting pressure on me to vote a certain way from the governor's office is not the best way to get a vote out of me. I'm going to vote based upon whether there is science underlying the solution to a problem and what is in the best interest for forests and the people who appreciate those forests and value those forests. I'm not going to vote because some representative from the governor's office tells me how I should vote. I think going forward, we need to continue moving forward with the HCP, but we don't have all the information yet. We still are waiting, I think, Mike, for more modeling results to really solidify better what these volume estimates will be later on this year. So all of the discussion about what the delta is important, but we don't know that answer yet. We don't have that answer. So my suggestion is not just table this resolution, but just set it aside, not deal with it, because we can come back to it if we want to discuss it. I mean, any two board members can suggest something come onto the agenda and we'll talk about it. But this is just more drama than we need right now. Ben Doimling.
Thank you, Chair. We've sat here I have listened to a lot of public testimony on this, and it's been impactful, it's been passionate, it's been heartfelt, and when I listen to this testimony, I try to figure out, well, what can I do with that? What can we as a board, what can I as a board member do here? And we are beholden to state processes. We are beholden to federal processes. We are beholden to two different federal agencies, two different federal laws that were put into practice in the 70s. And all of these set out processes and timelines and ways that this HCP is supposed to unfold. And it really hamstrings us as a board to try to make changes at this point in the process. I agree that we don't have all the information. It would be really nice to have a clearer picture of what this will look like on the grounds. It's a big and complex project and plan, and I understand why it takes a while to get this stuff right. And I appreciate Mike and his staff for doing the hard work to try to get it as right as possible. So where does that put us as a board right here and right now? I thought this resolution, this proposal was a good step in that direction. It was small, but it's tried to do something. Because if we do too much, if we bite off too much, we incur risk in this process outside of our control. And I would agree with Joe that getting an incidental take permits that will give us the latitude to manage this forest as best as possible is really the goal. I share that. We really would like to get it. I would like to get an habitat conservation plan on this forest so that we can get on with managing this forest as best as possible. So there's been a lot of talk about whether we should ask for this or we should ask for that. We should ask for more acres or more board feet. What I see is the role of the board is to try to build latitude, build decision space. And I don't see my role as asking for a particular set of board feet or acres. That's the technical expert's job. I don't have that expertise to know how many acres or board feet we can get away with and still pass muster with the federal services to get that incidental take permit that I think all would really like to get. So we have to trust, and we have to trust the state forest staff and all the people who've been working on this for a lot of years to do this right and to thread that needle. It's not an easy needle to thread. It's a very fine line you guys are trying to walk to balance this, but you're the experts. You're the ones who understand this better than anybody. And at the end of the day, I need to trust you to do this right. As much as I'd like to elbow my way in there and say, do it this way or do it that way. Given where we are right now, it would be nice to get more information. And if tabling this is the right thing to do, then let's do that. But I want to be clear that at the end of the day, we'd really like to get an incidental take permit with as much latitude to manage as possible. And we've got to trust that that's everybody's shared goal here. I might have some more thoughts, but that's for now.
So I think trust and transparency are essential. And Brenda, I agree with you. That's how boards work. It's how we really tackle tough things. And I've served on boards since I was 32 years old. This by far is the toughest board I've ever served on. But we can't have things coming to us after board meetings that the public has no access to. We've sat through five hearings and listened to hundreds of testimony. I've written down your words. I've heard both sides. I've heard all sides. And that's the beauty of public process. And so we need to keep this in the public process, and the Board of Forestry at the end of the day is responsible for the decision. So we can't give that up. So Chair Kelly, I appreciate you pulling that resolution. I'm like you, my life isn't going to improve or decline whether we cut one tree or one tree less. You know, it's not going to affect my world. I do think we've lost perspective. And when I go back and I look at, I wasn't on the board when they chose to enter this process, but I went back and I read what the board was presented in terms of the comparative analysis and the business analysis. I read those documents. I understand why the previous board did enter this process. They talked about certainty. They talked about harvest volumes increasing. They talked about, you know, what this HCP was to be very, very, very positive for certainty for rural communities. I will tell you what they voted on to enter into is not the conversation I'm hearing. It's not the conversation we're having. The political process has taken over of, you know, do we cut trees or we don't cut trees? That's not what this board voted on to enter this process. And so I would really encourage us to go back to that. I always, you know, certain things jump out at me when I go back and look at my notes. I did this in college. You take notes and then you go back and you circle things that people say. And, you know, many of you talked about balance. And we're not having a balanced conversation here. Conservation, recreation, and harvest. And when I hear county commissioners and sheriffs and school teachers, you know, come give us this kind of warning on how damaging it. Again, this is going to be in rural communities. I really listen to that. And so transparency is critical. I'd like to never see what happened last night happen again. I want to keep this in the public process. I want to be sure the Board of Forestry holds on to this decision. I'm going to challenge every one of my Board of Forestry colleagues to go back and understand why this board entered this process and how do we find balance and perspective, because that's where I think we will find a good decision.
Yeah, I don't want the public to be confused about what happened last night. And I think so let me just be clear. You know, the typical way the board deals with a decision item is a resolution, a proposal, oftentimes drafted by staff, then is publicly available to everyone for a good bit of time before a board meeting. And then when we deal with a resolution, it's not uncommon for board members to then make suggestions, and then we do some editing on the fly and pass something and pass a resolution. That's common. What happened here is there was some suggested edits that came from staff that apparently didn't arrive. So there was no public disclosure of those, and didn't arrive in members' mailboxes till last night. And yeah, I agree with everybody that it was a big mistake and engendered distrust, and is not the kind of governance and situation that we want to see repeated. And so that's I think, you know, sadly, it's torpedoed this. Yeah, I mean, there is a real argument for us to just leave this off, see where we end up with our modeling. You know, maybe we'll see some good numbers. Who knows, or not? Come December, that will help us with our decision. We do need to face the fact that if we make any modifications, the later we go with those modifications, the more delay we're probably going to create. And, you know, we've all been very concerned about delay and the fact that delay can kill, as it has in the previous attempts. And, you know, I've heard all these stories about the 27 years and from prior board members and all of this. This is an incredibly difficult thing we're trying to do. I am committed to us being successful in getting this, but I'm not committed to an HCP that isn't appropriately well balanced, and that's just going to have to be a judgment for each of us.
Thanks, Jim. I just want to acknowledge the staff and say, I'm sorry that you're being put in this position because now expectations have been raised that you will somehow at some point go back and probably try to find more timber when you've already done a good job, put together a scientifically based HCP. So it's calling you into question and you're in an impossible situation. You're going to be damned if you do and damned if you don't. And that's not fair to you. My appreciation and respect for the staff around this issue has only grown over the last 5 years that I've been on the board. And I really respect what they do. And I think it's really unfair to put you in a position like this. So I'm sorry.
Joe.
I have a question for Mike, related to, this resolution talked, kind of the material part of it was swapping operable ground for inoperable ground, that we have inoperable ground that's actually in production acre areas and trying to swap out of operable, it's a swapping. And that feels like optimization to me, right? That feels like a natural process. I know when HCAs were developed, there was a conscious, we're trying to create HCAs that, where we can achieve habitat goals that are also in inoperable ground that's a win. I mean, that's where you're really creating efficiency or creating more benefit on both parts, right? In the process that we're going through even today, wouldn't that tweaking be happening related to HCAs? I mean, I know the planning process is imperfect, right? I mean, these HCAs are, it's, big areas but wouldn't we do that anyway? I guess without a resolution like that, I guess.
Yeah. So in terms of before the plan is through the EIS and we had ITPs, it's doubtful that we've already done a fair bit of that. So we originally had draft HCAs, internally that we, of course, worked on. So the way the process has always worked is ODF would take proposals to the scoping team. And that's where, all of the services and our other state agencies would help us. We discuss the science, we discuss the goals and objectives there, and we talk about what maybe was missing or not. And so as we moved through that process, we also looked at our own operations, made adjustments for operational ground, and all that. There was, and then we did a final adjustment based on just getting the boundaries right, as good as we could. Realizing full well, though, that there would have to be minor changes as we go along. Not necessarily not changes that are sizable enough to really keep us from going ahead and getting a final HCP and ITPs, but things that we would do during implementation. I don't think it's realistic for anybody to, and I want to make sure folks understand this. I mean, this isn't some kind of hidden agenda or anything, but I think anytime we're looking at a 70-year plan, I don't think that we can take that and say that's going to be for sure, just like that for 70 years. We're going to be making adjustments. There's processes within habitat conservation plans to make that happen. One is adaptive management, and that usually focuses on how things are implemented. It may have adjustments to boundaries as well. It really depends on the question and what's going on there. But then, there are also amendments. There are changed circumstances. There are plenty of good reasons out there to amend an HCP once you have one. And so that's the other process that we can bring to bear. And I've probably presented this before, but I just want to make sure everybody understands that from a business perspective, if you have the ITPs and you want to pursue an amendment, it goes through its own NEPA process and everything else. But in the meantime, you have the coverage of the original ITPs. You still have your ITPs. And so you can basically have it's a much more legally, it's a much more secure place to be able to make those changes. So I don't know if that answers your question.
So when we went back to the draft EIS, the services expected a harvest level of 225. The business case analysis expected 250. So you would expect, maybe this would be somewhere in that range. But Mike, you're at a 165 to 182. And so I need to reconcile that in my mind, why those services came at that level, why the original business case analysis came in at that level, and why we're having such a different discussion. Secondly, I want to go back to the certainty piece. And because these rural counties, when I go back to 1982, and, I served on the Ford Family Foundation for 16 years and saw the damage to rural communities. And many of those communities never recovered. And it's just so essential in my mind that we get this right for the communities and the places that this is going to impact the most. This isn't going to impact us sitting in this room, but for the places that are impacted the most, they deserve our focus on making sure we understand and that we get this balance right. So that's really important to me. And that risk assessment of why you do an HCP in the first place versus the take permit, it seems to me, we're pushing that risk model hard. And I just want to understand the numbers associated with that.
So I'll walk, sorry, I haven't stated my name for the record yet. I'm Michael Wilson, the State Forest Division Chief. So I do want to walk through the history then again. So the business case analysis was not a harvest schedule modeled product. The business case analysis was to explore, it was basically an inventory exercise with some very gross assumptions around acres to basically say, okay, could we enter into an HCP? Should we start going down the pathway of entering into an HCP? That was the sole purpose. As we refined that and actually developed an HCP, conservation actions to do the modeling and come to a result for the comparative analysis, then that was certainly more rigorous because we had done that harvest scheduling there. And so you see the 225 average that came out of that. Keep in mind that was not that was with a pretty severe departure and so forth. I think you'll all remember that, but the average over 70 years was 225 million feet. So moving forward to the IP revisions, which have gotten so much attention, these are 2-year IP revisions meant to bridge a gap of having incidental take permits and not having a new forest management plan yet. Now, we modeled that for a very long time horizon, and our current constraints with the current FMP were removed early on from that model in the first model period, because we figured to have an HCP and it wouldn't apply. So I don't want to overemphasize the double duty of our current policy constraints as well as HCP constraints, but they are there a little bit. So where's the answer? That's what we're working on now. Now, we've noted a number of issues around growth and yield. We've noted a number of issues around model function, about what it, for instance, the fact that it doesn't, for the IP revisions, did not pursue activities within habitat conservation areas. We provided some leeway for that, just off, basically our best estimate of what we might do. But we don't have the real rigorous solution. And that's what we're working on now. And that's what we're trying to bring you in December, so that you can really see those 4 scenarios that we talked about yesterday at 2 different geographic scales. One of those scenarios, harvest scenario number 4 at the HCP subgeographic scale will provide you with the best. Granted, it's 2 different models, updated yield tables, yes, but it will provide you the same basic scenario that we used for the comparative analysis, which was carried over by the services into the draft EIS. And that will really let you know where we stand compared to that 225 million board feet.
Carla Chambers for the record. Thank you. Well, I want to again emphasize the importance of having that financial model. Because in addition to the rural communities, you're also showing negative balances for state lands for the department. And I think the board, we need to see the whole financial picture, the whole picture of how this balances. Yep.
Yeah, I fully agree. And I want to acknowledge also something else that you said. And we really acknowledge and understand and feel for the impacts of this on communities as well. We work with our operators day in and day out. It's not just like some audience out there that we don't know. It's not an abstract thing. There are friends and neighbors as well, especially the folks on our districts. I mean, this is important at a very personal level as well. And I fully agree with you. Once we have those numbers and we have those outcomes, we'll be able to know with more certainty what the future looks like for our budget as well.
So my
Yes.
oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Okay. I just have things that are wandering in my mind, so I don't have any specific questions. So bear with me on this. I'm kind of an outlier a bit because I think in the first few meetings that I came to where we had talked about the HCP and the conflict within and seeing what was impacting some of the communities, I asked the question, where's the off-ramp? I asked, why are we even doing an HCP at this point? So we kept on moving. And after our February call, I just thought to myself, why are we doing this thing? But this idea of a resolution seemed to be a light at the end of the tunnel. And I'm willing to take a look at some of these numbers and move forward to see if there is light at the end of the tunnel, or what is that light at the end of the tunnel? And if it's not something that we can live with, then we can take another vote and do that. But it just seems that, maybe we need to give this a chance. I want to go back to, when we have these people talk and share with us over the last couple of days, it brings up a lot of just memories. And one of the things when my younger days, almost 30 years ago, I was the ranger on Calise in Grants Pass. And we were, the Pacific Northwest Plan was coming out. And I had the honor of supervising about 60 individuals, foresters, silviculturists, reforestation, biologists, botanists. Those were the really big days. And when the Northwest Plan came out, I had to send these people, tell them they didn't have jobs. And so that resonated to me in my early 30s. And many of these people are like double my age. And I was, if there's a reason for a ranger to cry, it was to tell the person that they're not going, they have no job. And I listened to these people telling me they're a third generation Oregonian. I sent these Oregonians to places like South Carolina, and every 6 months they would call, can we come back? Is there a job for us? And I'd say, no, honey, there's not a job for you. So I just wonder, it's not a paper theory to me. It's not an administrative action. I know that there were wives that did not go with their husbands across the nation, and there were divorces. There was unemployment. There were suicides. So when I listen to that, and I am a biologist, so I created many spotted owl habitats throughout the Southern Cascades. I was part of setting around millions of acres of set-asides. So, but I also, in the National Environmental Decision process, it is the best science, and it is community, and is it economic health as well. And that's the three-legged stool that I do. So that's why it's so difficult. And many people have said, this is difficult. And you get tested. And I'm kind of glad that I was tested early on, because it feels similar, and I know we can get through it again. And then I just want to comment on one piece of this. There's a lot of, maybe just hallway talk about, do we trust the staff? And I do. I've been a staff biologist. I've been a staff planner. I've been a responsible official. And as staff, as a biologist, I would expect that responsible official to probe, to ask, to question, to evaluate, to review. I would be shocked if a responsible official walked away from that. So that's just my piece about, let's have that responsibility and be in the ring as as our multiple roles as a responsible official and a decision maker. My last thing is I have this image. What is that saying? Turn your sword into a plowshare. And I think I kind of looked at this HCP as it should be a plowshare. It should be a support piece. And it just feels that sometimes we're turning this plowshare back into a sword. And we shouldn't be doing that. We should approach it as a way to bring things together and to try to find whatever the balance is. That's all I've got, Chair.
Cal, do you have any words of wisdom for this board as our state forester?
My only observation here is this is a tough situation. It's to find the balance.
We know that.
Yeah, and we know that. But I just wanted to comment on my observation of our chair through this. When he talked to me about the idea of a resolution to kind of can we find some more timber? Is there a way to go about it? And I had my reservations, that. But I know that he was doing that from pure trying to find a better definition of GPV. He wasn't saying he was against the HCP. He wasn't saying he was being driven by timber interests, but he was listening to people who came and said that their livelihood depended on the state forests. And that's important. It's a cultural thing. I think it's a culture. I worked in the woods. I know the pride that people have when they're cutting timber and they're doing a good job and they're providing that prescription on the landscape that's going to help the forest grow. And the other day I'm just going to go on a little story. I know how you hate my stories, but I got my phone rings at 5:50 in the morning. It's late Labor Day. And I answer it, and it's a logger I used to hire, and he was just kind of jazzed. And he says, "Hey, I'm coming off the bedrock." He was fighting the fire on the bedrock. He was going to go look at another timber sale up in Washington, but he was just really happy to be part of helping fight that fire. And, that's the pride I'm used to experiencing with people in the woods. But I know that Jim, he wants to protect species. He wants to comply with the law, because what's my number one rule? Follow the law. But he also wants to find the best solution for GPV. And that's all I want to say. There was no ulterior motive here.
Appreciate it. Chandra.
Yeah, thanks. I'm sorry, I'm going to spend a couple minutes getting out some things that are, I guess, my thinking process right now. But I'll start with thanking everybody that's in the room and that's online and submitted written comments to us, not just today, but all of our previous meetings and meetings over the decades past on this topic. And really the breadth of engagement on this topic specifically is a testament, I think, to the critical importance of state forests and the values that they hold for many. So thank you all. I want to just assure you that we are listening and we have heard you, and we really do appreciate it. And I know that many of you are exhausted. I mean, you look exhausted to me. Not all of you, some of you know. And I think you're feeling like one speaker said, right? You're hitting your heads against the wall, and I get that, and for that I am sorry, and just want you to know that the significance of the effort has really required that we take the meaningful time required, right, to work through these issues. And really to make sure that we thoroughly understand them, and we're still in that process. So I just want to assure you of its importance, and again apologize for the exhaustion. And I also would like to recognize, as someone had mentioned, that this is a broader topic that has been in front of this board in different iterations, of course, for decades now. So it's been a long process. For me, I still believe that the information that has been presented to us to this board right now demonstrates that an HCP does remain the best option to provide reliable timber harvest and conservation values over time. Even with the latest projections, and I recognize the challenges there and the need to understand that Delta Joe, as you said. I'm really looking forward to the information that we're going to see in December. So, but timber harvest is going to change. Yes, yeah, it will change. It's going to change with or without the HCP, right? And that's in part because we do have legal obligations to protect imperiled species under the Endangered Species Act. And I know that many of you know that many of those imperiled species are on, they're not on good trajectories, right? And the likelihood of additional species being listed over time is high. And that just injects additional uncertainties. And the take avoidance strategies that we employ, they're costly, they're risky, and they certainly cannot give timber reliant communities the certainty that they crave. And I know, right? We all want that certainty. I think it's also important to note that the board cannot fully control the HCP process. I've heard a lot of this, right? Like, keep the board involved, keep the board involved. And I agree, we are involved. We can't keep complete control, right? At the end of the day, it's the federal fish and wildlife agencies that have to see a plan before them and have to make the ultimate determination that what we have put forward, what the staff has put forward, meets Endangered Species Act obligations, right? Or mandates. And that has to be based on the best available science. It has to be. So I feel good that ODF staff has the benefit of having a team of technical advisors that operate in this work and operate with the best available science that, can advise them on this. And at the end of the day, the collective we in this room is not well served by putting forward something that the federal agencies cannot approve, right? So that is the absolute floor for us here. And of course, we have, as a board, a lot of other mandates that we're trying to manage, GPV being very important, one of those. But again, this has to be done with that floor in mind, right? It has to meet ESA requirements. And as many of commenters have noted, right, it is our job as decision makers to move forward when we think there's information that makes the best case that we need to do that. Even when it's not perfect, and even when it requires additional work outside of this HCP process, and this will. The work that is being done to discuss and mitigate the impacts that will happen to county revenues is a necessary process. It's happening. I'm glad it's happening. I'd love to hear some assurances around that, but that's an important step. Additionally, we need to be clear-eyed about the implications to the ODF budget, and there will be an impact to the ODF budget, right? Understanding available options to mitigate that is necessary. That's going to be part of the biennial budget process that we're going to have to deal with. It's not unique to agencies, and but complying with ESA is not optional. Complying with other legal requirements is not optional. And so I'm confident that ODF leadership, this board, other decision makers are going to recognize that and treat that issue with the needed seriousness. So as so sorry, I swear I'm going to wrap up. But as it relates to the resolution, I do appreciate what was attempted here. I read it as an attempt to understand in as refined a way as possible whether or not additional harvest is possible within the bounds of the process, right, that we're in. And that was in response to the feedback that we've heard from many communities. So I really do appreciate what was being attempted here. That said, I did have issues with the process as well. And I had issues with some of the language, and I felt like it was really important to make clear that, again, we have to make our decisions based on the best available science, because we have an endpoint in mind where we need to get this permit at the end of the day. And we really can't compromise our ability to do that. That throws a wrench in the whole thing, right? And I'm also not in favor of endless delay and ambiguous next steps. I really am a firm believer that our job is to get to a decision point here. You know, it is. And so I'll leave on one last note, kind of related, and apologies for this diversion, but I heard a lot of folks reference the importance of forests to water quantity and quality. And I just had to mention an article that I read last week in the New York Times about the state of the nation's aquifers. And as you all know, right, how critical aquifers are, they're lifelines to our ecological and our human communities. They supply drinking water, and they feed cold water sources that sustain our critical cold water fisheries, and they support large-scale agricultural production. And the sum of the article is essentially that we've been extracting our groundwater resources to depletion in many parts of our country, really. With minimal regulation, there's, irreversible and severe consequences from that, including a lack of public drinking water sources, crumbling infrastructure, right, because of subsidence, and a moratorium in some places. I'm sure you've seen Phoenix, right, that you can't home build there because of a lack of water sources right now, right? So basically everyone's suffering from this. We could have done a better job sustainably managing our groundwater resources throughout the nation, but some familiar culprits, right, came to make that challenging. And part of it's lack of information, part of it's squabbling over whether there's sufficient information to do that, part of it's people not wanting to hear that there's not enough water to do everything, right? It's just a resistance to doing things differently. And at the end of the day, the decisions are going to be made for us because there's no other options to get water in some of these places. And so this is just a way of saying, we're not quite there here, right? We have a trajectory where we're all going to lose if we don't do something. I'd love to see us not get there, right? We have pathways to help all of the values that these forests provide for us continuing that into the future for our future generations. I mean, we're talking about a 70-year plan. We're talking about a robust adaptive management. And I just want people to keep sight of that, and the lack of action is still action, and it may not be the best for all of us. So I would like to apologize for the length of time I've took here today. And I had a lot of thoughts. And again, I just want to appreciate the dialogue that we've been able to have and the participation of all the members of the community. Thank you.
Joseph.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to speak about delay for a second. People have talked about that. And I too don't have any interest in trying to delay, or that there's some sort of strategy here related to delay. I do think that we have to be careful we take enough time. Yeah, we have to take the time because this is a 7-year decision. This is a decision that's been it's been worked on for many, many years. And so we have to be careful about taking enough time. I wanted to ask, something really weighed really heavily on me related to a lot of the testimony is related to Clatsop County and what's happening at this solution space and what potentially the impact of that particular county. And that was for myself personally very impactful. I guess as we work through this, Mike, and as we see solutions like this that may be untenable or roadblocks related to that specifically, what are our options? Are there options? Are there things that we can do? I guess that's a question for me to understand. Speaking of equity, that's important to this board. It's important to me, and that concerns me, especially related to Clatsop County. And I would just be curious on your thoughts on that. And then I have one other question related to take avoidance. Talking about moving to an HCP versus take avoidance. I would assume that assumptions related to take avoidance have changed in the last 4 years since the business case was used. Is that a fair statement? I'm not a biologist. I'm not an expert in that. I would assume those assumptions may have changed in the last 4 years. And I would just like your opinion of that. And that's another reason why I would like to, complete that circle, as I talked about before, related to the current management of state forests undertake avoidance versus an HCP. Anyway, I'll stop.
Sure. I'll take the last one first, if that's all right. So with the evolution of assumptions from the business case analysis, so the assumptions there were, again, they were gross on all levels in terms of acres, in terms of amount of take avoidance. Once we got to the comparative analysis, we had several things. One were HCP strategies. We actually had those, then conservation actions, draft conservation actions. We also had habitat suitability index models. And what that allowed us to do was get a much better picture of the projected growth of habitat for 3 of the species, owls, murrelets, and red treble. Which really informed more of the assumptions about what we might be facing under a no action alternative. And so that assumption did change. That carried through to the no action alternative and the draft EIS. And that's where that stands currently. There hasn't been anything since then because none of the models have changed. Habitat suitability index models have changed. Or anything like that. So on the other question about what can we do, so I think it still behooves us to understand better what the long-term outcomes are for every county, and have that discussion once we have those numbers, for sure. Because it really is. It's like, is there a delta that we're trying to solve for? At what scale are we trying to solve for it? And what actions will we take to do that? So I appreciate a lot of what I've heard here, because I think there is the recognition of getting it right. And sort of like shooting in the dark a little bit is obviously difficult for, I think, most of you, from what I've heard and written down here. And so just having a better idea of what the delta is between, especially the 225 that we saw in the comparative analysis versus what we'll see in December as a possibility, that will really inform us, I think, as to what does or doesn't need change. And then there are, whatever conversations are going on as well to simply address funding stability. But I don't know where those conversations will be at that time.
Carla, I think we're going to have to wrap pretty quick. So
Carla Chambers. So, we're talking about 1% of our Oregon forests here, roughly out of 29.9 million acres. So I think we've got to be pretty realistic on how much impact we're really going to have. And I'd like you to help us really, in the metrics, help us really have a perspective on what those outcomes should be. But more than that, a no risk take avoidance becomes a very high risk on the other side. And so, litigation and defending our position is okay. I mean, we all take risk. We can't possibly be in a no risk, environment. But I think, I just want to be sure that you help us really appreciate what possible outcomes can we really talk about. We're not going to solve climate change on 1% of our forests. So let's be realistic about what we expect here. That's important that we understand that.
Thank you. Yes.
I think it's best if we wrap this up. I certainly want to say I agree with Joe on the Clatsop County piece, and I think he's absolutely right. I think that's going to be important to address as best we can. But with that, I think we've tabled this, and then I think we should do a quick break and come back. And our next conversation, Robin Harkless is going to lead us both a little bit before lunch and then after lunch on the Forestry Program for Oregon Planning Work Session. So let's
let's get back at 11:30. And so with that, we are on break.
in action. I'm surrounded by all these new and smiling faces. What's the matter with these people? Anyhow, I get the honor of turning this quickly over to Robin Harkless, who's going to lead us through a short morning program. Then we'll break for lunch and then back at it in the afternoon. Robin.
Thank you, Chair Kelly, members of the board. For the record, Robin Harkless with Oregon Consensus. It's good to see you all again. And I think the first thing I'm supposed to do is do a round of introductions of the folks at the table, since we've asked members of the executive team of the agency to come up as well. And we also have another guest with us this morning. So let's do that first, and then we'll dive in. So why don't we just start again with you, Joe? We'll go around.
Joe Justice, board member.
Good morning, Don Everingham, ODF Northwest Oregon Area Director.
Brenda McComb, board member.
Good morning, Kyle Abraham. I serve as the Deputy State Forester here for ODF.
Brent Grimshard, I'm the Chief Information Officer for ODF.
Liz Egg-Pala, board member.
Good morning, Mike Shaw, Chief of Fire Protection for ODF.
Good morning, Cal Mukamoto, State Forester for Oregon and ODF.
Jim Kelly, board chair.
Joy Krause, Public Affairs Director for ODF.
Chandra Fry, board member.
Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Carla Chambers, board member.
Good morning, Brian Pugh. I serve as the Area Director for Eastern Oregon.
And Doimling, board member. James Short, or ODF Chief Financial Officer.
Good morning, Dave Larson, ODF Southern Oregon Area Director.
Josh Bernard, Forest Resources Division Chief.
Good morning, I'm Wendy Willis, Director of Oregon's Kitchen Table.
John DeKarzik, Analysis and Planning, ODF.
So always a facilitator's favorite thing is to pop into what's been a 2-day meeting and start a topic. So I'm just going to acknowledge the awkwardness of that and appreciate everybody kind of making the pivot in this moment with me and with all of us. So the reason I'm up here, as you should know by now, is to help lead you through a conversation about the forestry program for Oregon that's been under development. Revisions have been under development over the last year. Do want to quickly acknowledge the subcommittee, who's been a combination of board members, Joe and Brenda and Ben, as well as executive team members, Ryan Gordon, who's not here, Mike Wilson, Don has joined us in more recent times, Dave Larson, and I'm sure I'm missing somebody, but we've had a lot of comings and goings, and Ryan Greco, that's right, who also isn't here. So what we wanted to do is just circle back with you all again to discuss the latest of the forestry program for Oregon. We'll follow a little bit of the same flow that we have been doing with kind of honing in on one particular goal that the group's been working on and have some discussion about that. And then there will be a couple of other items to go through, but I think we'll do all of that after lunch. And just for everyone's awareness, we will try to break for lunch a little before noon to accommodate some needs that folks have during the break. And so to use the time for now, I just want to remind folks that Oregon's Kitchen Table has been working on a community engagement project. And Ryan Gordon is not here to set this up. So I'm just going to invite Wendy to give a little update on the work that your program's been doing. And if folks have questions, we can track those too. So thanks for being here, Wendy.
Great. Thank you, Robin. And thank you, Chair Kelly, board members and ODF staff for inviting us to be here with you today. I'll just set a reminder for folks because there's been a lot said and done the last few days that Oregon's Kitchen Table, we're a statewide community engagement program at Portland State in the National Policy Consensus Center. So we're a sister program to Oregon Consensus. And we were brought into the process to think about engaging Oregonians that you don't often hear from in this about forests in this project. And so that's really been the focus of how we designed the process that launches today. So we spent a good deal of the spring talking to folks who have interest in Oregon forests in a variety of ways. We talked to about 40 people, and the questions that we talked to about with them then were really not substantive questions, but more about like, how is your community talking about forests? What are the words they use? Where are the places they're talking about them? What are the interests that they have? Those folks gave us some ideas, some thoughts, and shared some of their concerns that then went into the design of the formal engagement process that starts today. So starting now, there's a survey in 9 languages that's available both online and in print. I carried them to my car last night, so they're there. And there's also opportunities for folks to have what we are calling kitchen table conversations. Many of those are led by culturally specific organizers who work in their own communities, work in their own languages, and that we say to them, we'll support you in doing a conversation about these issues in whatever way works for you. And then we'll take the feedback back from you. And some folks we've worked with many years, and so they just go out and do it because they know how we do it. And other folks that we're sort of training that say, hey, I have an interest in forestry. My community, my community is either, is really affected by these issues. And so we work with those organizers to get out in community. As of this morning, we already have heard from about 200 Oregonians in all 9 languages that we're working in. So so we're off to a good start. But as you know, these kinds of conversations with folks who aren't practiced at it really require a lot of outreach. Invitations from individuals really matters rather than institutions. And so, it's up to all of us, everyone in this room and outside this room, to reach out to our networks to say, we really want to hear from you as part of this process. We spend tons of time with folks who are like, I want to have a community conversation, or I want my community to get involved in this, but I don't really know how. Like, we take calls from strangers all the time who want to do that. So feel free, of course, to send people our way. If you yourself would like to host a community conversation, we can support you in that. And then just to sort of like give you a preview of what happens next is this winter, once we get the results back in all these different ways and all these different languages, we'll analyze that and present it back to you all. We'll send it to everyone who participated so they can see where their input fits with everyone else's. And then we'll do a series of more like regional conversations where folks who likely have more experience in public input can look at some of the results and do some meaning making out of it and say, what does the implementation of this look like? Where are there gaps in knowledge? Where are there differences of opinion? And to sort of make sense of some of that. So that's kind of that'll happen after this first round of results comes in. The one thing I will sort of warn you about, I guess, is that when you see that both the survey and the conversation questions, they're very to our ear who think about these things a lot, they're going to sound kind of rudimentary because they've been through a plain language interpreter and then they're interpreted into out of English and into all these languages. And so a really high priority for us to say, if somebody walks in off the street, never having talked to a neighbor or an agency or a county commission about any public issue, that those people feel able to do that. And so it really is to bring in folks that have been outside the conversation, and then we'll help you, walk that to the decisions that you're making both at this table and other ones. So that's sort of where we are in the process. We'll be in the field, so to speak, from today until October 10th. So if there's events in your community that you'd like to see a table at, we've done several powwows this summer, both on water and forests. We did a community event in Rockwood, and I think we had folks participate in 8 of the 9 languages in Rockwood last weekend. So we're really happy to be a partner to you as we go forward. So any questions you have, I'm happy to answer. Yes, yeah.
Hi, sorry, I might have missed this, but where do you generally find hosts to do the outreach?
There's a mix of folks who we actually hire as community organizers who, but there's people who show up sometimes, and we realize that that happened enough that they're like, I want to have a conversation in my community, that we wanted to give them a resource. So there's folks who are, trained organizers that have done tons of work in their own communities in their own languages and know where folks gather and are leaders, both formally and informally. And we're working with those specifically, but these packets are for folks who just say, hey, I want to do this and I've never done it before. And so, so that there is a resource available to them.
Okay. And do you have a process of so maybe it's when you hire hosts, but to make sure that the geographic representation is pretty broad as well as different communities, like you have a strategy to try to make sure you're hitting all the different.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the great things about the digital age, right, is you can actually adjust as you go. So we're always looking to make sure that, there aren't counties that are left out of the process, that every county is represented. But we also rely on the networks like yours, right? Like the network here to say, we know that together we have a broader reach than one of us does individually, so that breadth of reach is really necessary. So, if you need a sample email, we'll send it to you so you can send it out to your networks. Whatever would be useful to you.
Great, thanks.
You mentioned that you translate into a number of languages. Are you actually doing the workshops in different languages?
Mhm. Yeah.
And what are the key ones that you're doing?
Well, the 9 languages that the 9 languages that are in print are English, Spanish, Arabic, Russian, Ukrainian, Vietnamese, Chinese, Mandarin, and Somali. But we also have organizers that are outside those languages. Like we have an organizer that does work in Mam, an organizer that's done work in Japanese, an organizer that's done work in French. So, and so those, the number of, we can work in the community conversations in any language that is, that is helpful to the people who are participating. What we sort of say, like, we want this conversation to be in the language that you swear and pray in, not the language that you have to speak at work. So, whatever works for you. Carla.
Carla Chambers. So when asking the questions, I assume, and I'll go on and take this survey.
Yeah,
so I don't know
you.
what questions are in
Yeah.
there, but I've seen this done in the past where you ask, do you want this and this and this and this? And I watched this in a county commission process. And of course, everybody wants everything, but then there's no question of, would you like your taxes increased, or where would you like this money to come from?
Yeah.
And are you asking that secondary question? I just think of Portland and their trees that didn't get watered. And, we have lots of good intentions, but sometimes we don't always put the money.
Yeah. Yeah.
Are you asking any of that?
What I will say is how we think about this process for folks, especially folks who've never really been in a policy conversation about it, is sort of like a funnel where we ask them at the beginning about their own experiences. Like, how are you connected to Oregon forests? And how would you like to be connected? So they feel really confident about that because that's about them, right? And then we lead folks down to a trade-off in the end. If it's a topic that's fairly simple, it can be multiple trade-off questions, but we always do a forced choice, and including this one, there's a forced choice in it, and it's a forced choice that that the essential question is, which of these of the triangle that you all talked about this morning, like, where do you fall, or do you fall on real balance? And you have to choose one of the three. You don't get to say other. So it's probably not perfect because it's never perfect, but trade-offs are really part of what we want to offer you for exactly the reason that you just identified, right? Because it's always, I myself want everything. So I recognize that impulse in all of us.
I have a question. Obviously this is not a survey, and I heard you say you want to have every county represented, and obviously you're making efforts to have a lot of communities that are not typically heard represented. But Is that the core goal versus really getting a read of all Oregonians' attitudes on something like this? Is it more about reaching voices that aren't heard than it is akin to a survey?
Well, what I it's not a scientific, it's really not supposed to be scientific. It's an engagement process, not a study. And so, although I will say when we very first started, we actually used to do a scientific survey alongside the engagement process, just to sort of test our results. And because the work that we do is so broad and the numbers are so large, that it became a waste of money because the results were pretty similar, to be honest. So we sort of stopped doing it. And yes, we put way more resources into reaching folks who haven't participated before because it takes way more resources to reach those folks. That said, we want everyone who wants to participate. And we're just trying to strip away the barriers to folks who have been excluded from participation in the past or have other barriers. So every person, every Oregonian who wants to participate, I know that you would like to hear from them, so we want to hear from them.
And do you feed them certain pieces of information, factual information, as part of the basis of the conversations, or not?
I would say the factual information is very basic, right? Like, this is what this is.
Yeah.
This is who this is going to, but it's also not asking questions about board feet or any, I mean, it's really just asking questions about, like, how do you balance what are your values around forests?
Right.
And then offering to you then that opportunity to interpret those values and apply them to your decisions.
I remember correctly, one of the goals was to develop communities that we can continue to reach out to and engage with and really hear from regularly. Are you getting the sense that so far you're getting people attending these sessions that want to continue to maintain that engagement?
Well, I mean, we just launched this morning, so we actually haven't had any community conversations yet, but we will. But in the conversations that we've had, like at events, or we're just standing at a table talking with people and handing out the survey, a lot of people, including very young people, want to talk about forests. Like, that is we've done projects all over the state about all kinds of topics, and some of them are harder to get people to stop at your table for than others. And I'll say forests, like, people want to talk about it. People have thought about it, and people have stories about their family members and themselves and their grandparents. And so we're hearing tons and tons of stories. And as a result, actually, this process has audio stories from Oregonians embedded in it. And we ask people to listen to those audio stories before they answer the second half of the survey. And we have those audio stories available for the community conversations, because we heard during those first 40 interviews, people were saying, folks don't understand my life. Like, people don't understand my life. And so as a result, we thought, okay, if that's the case, then let's get some of those voices in the room, including stories in Ukrainian, Russian, and Czechese. There are else I do, but please call, email, because we'd love to have you be able to reach your audiences. I just want to, on this card that you all have, and there's more on the table, there's a QR code that'll take you straight to the online survey, and also the little bit.ly link. But whatever you need to be able to reach the folks you want to reach, we are here to be a resource to you.
Thank you, Wendy. Okay, we'll just take a couple minutes to set up for this afternoon's conversation. One thing I would just note about the work that Oregon's Kitchen Table is doing is, when that information comes back to you, you'll need to decide how you want to fold that into the next phases of this FPFO work. The anticipation by the end of this calendar year is that We'll go through the process to establish kind of those higher level goals and strategies for the vision. Spoiler alert, we are working with a new working title of the forestry program for Oregon. I know, jaws are dropping. So if you hear me say vision, that means that's what I'm talking about, is this document that we're developing. And we'll talk about that this afternoon. But the next year, there will still be a lot of work to do on this vision. And a lot of that will be around putting it into action, implementation. So that may be an opportunity for you to kind of circle back and perhaps present those trade-off questions that I think you were asking Wendy about. Is are you offering trade-offs? Are you offering information to engage in conversation about trade-offs? If that's important to you, I think that's something that you can kind of circle back with the work that they're doing in their next phase and really kind of think about how you might want to set that up. And we've been having some of those preliminary conversations within the FPFO subcommittee, but that first body of work hasn't come back to anybody yet. So we don't really know, I think it's, seeing what comes of that first round of conversation and then where you want to take it. So with that, we will let you out for lunch in a couple minutes. I just want to sort of remind us of the day. It's really just to come back, like I said, to drop back in with all of you on where this is in iteration. We'll be having a specific conversation about the fourth goal that you haven't yet discussed as a full group, which is the climate leadership goal. We'll talk a little bit about that, and then we'll really want to make sure that we set you up for expectations over the next few months to be able to get this part of the work really wrapped up. And so I want to spend some time talking with you about that today. So yeah, why don't we take a break and come back at 12:30 and we'll resume.
I think we're scheduled to be back at 12:45.
Oh, 12:45.
12:45. So yeah, we can go ahead and take a break at this point and see you all back at 12:45. Don't make me use this gavel. All right, I think we're ready to go. A few people are still finding their seats, and Robin, it's your show.
All right. It's all your show, but I'm just here to watch. Thank you. And I hope you all had a good break and an opportunity to just kind of decompress. And we're going to make a little bit of a pivot into the next conversation. So I just want to maybe open up first with a question to you all about why set a vision. So this forestry program for Oregon hasn't been updated since it's been 10 to 12 years. When the group set out to make these revisions, there was some very clear kind of intent that was stated upfront about this needing to kind of not just be a little bit of a refresh, but really kind of rethinking and reimagining and setting some kind of bold intentions. And the subcommittee has done their work to really kind of think through and talk through what that means and start to really put some of the, put the content into this draft. We're getting close to having sort of a full draft for like a comprehensive review. But just, based on the conversations you've been having throughout the last couple of days, I just wanted to kind of take a step back and ask you all to really think about why set a vision. Why are you doing this? What is the why of this effort? And I know that there was an opportunity last night during the informal community event for you to kind of mingle with some of the other folks who are on other boards and commissions in the state, many of whom are also kind of in the middle of or engaging in some form of strategic planning. So if there's anything that came out of those conversations, I wasn't here, so I don't know, but if there was anything that came out of those conversations that that you feel is kind of worth setting the stage for this discussion today, would welcome those too. So I just want to kind of open that up for a moment before we dive in. Ben?
Thank you. Thank you, Robin. I'm Ben Doimling for the record. Thanks for asking that question. And as I've been sort of reading over this draft that we have, was sort of reminded of a conversation we had a while ago about who the intended audience is for this document, which I think gets to your question of why are we doing this? And I feel like we've struggled a little bit with sort of two primary audiences. One is the department, the board, the department and staff, of really creating a document that gives a clear vision of why we're doing this work and how to do this work. And it's also an outward facing document of communicating to the rest of Oregon what is the important work we're doing and why. And I think in there's some challenge to try to create a document that speaks clearly to both of those audiences. And as I'm reading through this again, I'm trying to read through it with those two lenses of how are these two different audiences going to be hearing this? And are we communicating in a way that is easy to understand and easy to turn into practice and into action? So those are just some thoughts that I'm having about this document today.
Yeah, one of the things that I heard last night was from Kurt Mulcher from ODFW. He said, make it every employee within your department can understand it applies to them, at any level, right? And I think that was great advice. I mean, I think we need to certainly do that. I think that one of the challenges, and we face on the subcommittee, is making it not too wordy, not too big. I think that's going to continue to be a struggle, right? When things get too long, they get too repeating yourself. We're already kind of doing that in the committee, and it's kind of the nature of it, right? I mean, it's all part of it. But I hope that we can, ultimately end up with a document that isn't so lengthy that it is like we talked about, not just tabled. But so that Kurt had a really interesting, take on that. His advice.
Excuse me, you're trying to finish my lunch at the same time. Ryan Gordon for the record. I had also picked up on Kurt Melcher's statement last night. I think that was really poignant, and the importance that staff can see where they fit in. And Ben, to your point, the internal and the external piece, when I think about the feedback that I hear internally, staff really are looking for something that they can see where they fit in. They understand where our work fits in. And we have a lot of complicated business lines here at ODF. We try to accomplish a lot of different things. And to the extent that we can help to focus that work, I think internally is really valuable for staff. And then externally, the feedback that I get is, what progress are you making? What are the key things that you're working on? And how can you demonstrate progress in moving the needle on those things? So for me, kind of playing off that internal and external audience, I think those are the two key things that we should try to accomplish with the document.
Carla Chambers. I remember going through a process like this with the Ford Family Foundation, trying to define vital rural communities. Really hard to do, by the way. And but I think as we go through annual audits on sustainability or organic audits, you're always looking at continuous improvement. And it seems like in state organizations, we look for the perfect paper, and I'm sure this whole city's full of these things, but it seems we just don't work off of what we have and with, progress. What was the progress, incremental progress we made, this year in these categories? And I think that continuous improvement could help us get away from just having to have one perfect document every 20 years. It probably will sit on the shelf for quite a while.
Yes, Robin. So one thing that I heard last night that was interesting was the fact that a lot of the partners in other departments were going through their strategic plan, and I didn't know if it was just a cycle or if it's a new governor or whatever, and that was interesting to see. And then the range of longevity for some were looking at the rate of change that's happening, regarding their focus, and I think I heard something as short as 3 years. So it wasn't long at all, recognizing the rate of change. I thought that was interesting.
I guess I'll just weigh in a little bit. One thing that we've talked about a lot as a subcommittee has been the need to be prepared for change over time. So I think, Carla, to your point, we've often thought about a perfect plan that lasts on the shelf for another 10 years. But in this case, that's just not in the cards. We can't do that. We've got to have something that's going to reflect the change that's coming our way. And we have to have a document that's easily changed itself to reflect the progress or lack of progress that we've made over time. And so I think it's going to maybe have a new name. It's probably going to have a new look and a new function too, would be my take on it. Just be.
So Ryan Gordon, one more time. I wanted to leave space for big ideas. But a couple of other things that were on my list that I heard last night so one, I just think it would be valuable for us to follow up with those other agencies and take a look at the work they're doing and see what we can learn from it. And two things that I just made note of. One, OWEB had mentioned that they had a pretty strong equity statement, and I'd be really interested to see what that is and how we might be able to fit that or something like that into our plan. And also the integrated water resource strategy was referenced as well by the Water Resources Department. And that's something that we can look into in tier 2 a little bit as well.
All right. Well, all for consideration as we take the next step in this work. I want to just reflect to some of the conversation you had before lunch of what matters to you that you were speaking about. That you want trust and transparency. You want certainty, sound and well-informed decision making that comes from a thoughtful and clear vision, and you want balance. And those are also, I think, principles that the subcommittee and those who have been kind of looking closely at this and working on this intimately have been thinking about and kind of working with. And so the next time we come together in October around this, the group's working on a kind of intent statement, sort of an intent and context statement that could serve as an intro to the sort of strategies, the bigger goals and strategies. We felt like it needed a good amount of time and focus, and that today might not be the right day for that because we weren't sure how much time we were actually going to get for this conversation. So we decided to table it. But that's something that I will send your way after today in hopes that you can all take a look at it and really sort of like reflect on that and see if we're catching all of the kind of the general intentions and principles behind this work before we try to finalize this thing. Because if you're not really aligned in that, we need to sort of have that conversation about really aligning in those intentions. And just want to point out that this vision document is not going to resolve all of the competing interests and multiple needs that you are going to continue to have to address and work with those tensions over time. So this is not going to be the answer to that, but the hope is that you're really kind of steering a bigger vision that you all can feel good about, that you think can be durable, at least durable and adaptable through kind of constant change that you're experiencing in this sector and the work that you do. So with that, just as a reminder, we've kind of stepped through this goal by goal. So over the last 4 meetings that we've all been together around this conversation, we've looked at specific goals. And the one that we haven't actually looked at together is the climate leadership goal. So that's why this was sort of one of the focal points for the conversation today. I'll preface and invite the subcommittee members to fill in where I've mischaracterized or omitted. But what we talked about with this one was there was a body of work that was already developed and approved by the board in the CCCP, in the carbon and climate change policy, or is it plan? I think it's plan. The CCCP, as we refer to it. And there's a suite of strategies that are really clearly identified in that. So why not just see about adopting those over into your vision? There are items that have just been approved and still probably need to kind of be developed into full implementation. So this might be the right vehicle to kind of set that stage and set the tone for that. So I want to just take a minute. You received this in advance of the call or of today's meeting, but if you could just take a look at that section of the document and remind yourselves of the strategies that you approved in November of last year. There's also a descriptor statement at the top about what this goal actually is. And we wanted you to see that and give some feedback on the goal statement. So if I'm looking at the document, it starts on page, give me a moment. If somebody knows before me, you can shout it out, page 12. So go to page 12, take a look at that section, and then we'll talk about it. Anybody need more time? Okay. Good to go. Okay. All right. So the description, let's start with that. Feedback on that section. And I'll take notes. Oh, and might I just suggest we don't do a wordsmithing exercise this afternoon together? That would be tedious and probably not fun. So instead of wordsmithing, is the description clear enough? Does it align with what you think this goal is? Any glaring omissions? Stuff like that. So kind of bigger sort of conceptually, is this getting it?
So maybe I'll start, Don Everingham, for the record. And I was actually, it highlighted below on a state forest example, but I was just trying to grasp where we say make forestry in Oregon a leader. We say that in the opening piece. We say that under state forest management. And I'm just trying to think of the audience. If there's a new state forest employee, they're reading the vision and they grasp the leadership piece, but then where's the detail that applies to those actions? And if this document tiers to the forest management plan, maybe where they could find specifics, or the agency's climate change and carbon plan, where they could find some specifics, or in this template, it looks like we do have further down an actions piece. So I guess I'm just trying to think how inclusive in detail we make this vision document. Does it tier to those other plans, or will we include a vision of being a leader with specific actions included in this document? So.
Yeah. Okay. There's some conferring over here. So I think those are great points, Don, and probably applies to some other sections within the strategic plan as well. A few thoughts that I have, and I think Robin might have some, or she'll nudge me with some other ideas potentially. But one is I really like, referencing some of the other documents and plans that we have. We've had a lot of conversation about that here and also with the subcommittee. And so to the extent that we can weave those in and show how they all work together to support, to provide some of the action that supports the strategic plan, I think that's excellent. And to that end, one of the other things that I think we'll talk about here in a little bit is the idea of creating some call out boxes within the document that would provide a little bit more detail about certain topics. And climate change and carbon could be one of those. And within that would be the opportunity to identify some of those actions and call out some of the planning documents that we've got. And the nice thing about that then is if these are all sort of dynamic documents that are changing and over time, if we keep this in an electronic format, you know, we can maintain some of those linkages. But then the final piece, which I think is what Robin was nudging me with, and she can help me if she meant something different, but you know, this is the high level vision document, and it's then really up to us to identify those actions that we need to implement to achieve this vision. And so those are typically identified in our planning documents. So state forest is a good example. The landscape resiliency strategy, you know, would be another one. Possibly the state forest action plan. So not the state forests, but the state forest action plan. So the state and private forestry document, you know, would be another one as an example that would fit in there. So those are some thoughts. How did I do, Robin? Is that what you were nudging me for?
Yeah, just checking back with Don. Does that answer your question? And do you see how the tiering will happen? Sort of, we get those high level conceptual ideas out first, and then tier some of these specific strategies like the CCCP into the actionable part of this.
Yeah, I think so. And as I think about, right, the length of the document, if we tier to others, it probably allows this to be a shorter, more concise vision that employees can grasp and understand in their onboarding process, and then some further work to do from there.
Thank you. Brenda and Cal.
Just very quickly, probably stating the obvious, we're really struggling, Don, with being concise, which several of us continue to pound on, right, Joe? Right, and while still providing enough context so that it's meaningful to the people who are reading it. So you're pointing to one of the solutions, and that is to link to other documents, and then the call out boxes that we'll talk about later.
I agree with everything Brenda said. I think the call out boxes are going to be helpful, but I'm at a disadvantage. Does anyone have an extra copy of what we're looking at? Mike and I don't have a copy, so. Oh, they're up there.
We'll get you that. Carla and Ben.
A couple thoughts under the fire section is, you know, we have restoration, but we don't have mitigation and prevention. And that seems like an oversight because we've got lots of documentation from lots of different directions on the need for that. And then one of the reasons I called out that, you know, drought map in Western Oregon and just that lightning storm that we just had is a recognition for the need for increased communication when these fires are in and around this much population. You know, when we've got Salem, South Salem and South Sisters on level 3 evacuations, and we've got this many lightning strikes among this much, you know, and drought and fire potential in big population centers of our state. Just really the need to call out for excellent communication. And I think there's a lot to learn from Maui. You know, they had all those reports of many things that were recommended that needed to be done. And, you know, we want to not only recognize those reports, but, you know, ensure that we're acting on those.
So Carla's touching on something that I've been struggling with because and I was talking to Ben about this yesterday. And that's, you know, we have all of this, yes, driven by climate change, but in our world, you know, the biggest by far issue that we are dealing with in Oregon and really now to so much of the world is wildfire. I mean, Canada, Maui, I mean, just go on and on. And we're coming through this year pretty good. And we came through last year pretty good. And we were damn lucky. But you know, climate change is real. And I just think that wildfire cannot be an afterthought in this document. It is, I mean, it's the elephant in the room in terms of its potential consequence and in terms of our landscape, our forests, our economy, and you know, public health threat to life, period. I mean, just place after place. And this is the elephant in the room. And if we don't address it in a big way in this document, given what's happening in the world today, then we look like fools.
Yeah, Jim, I think, I'm sorry, I agree. What I'm hearing from you is that restoration paragraph should be reworked to be more impactful. Would that be how we address that? I agree with you, Jim.
Okay, Ben's had his hand up for a while, so we're gonna go there first, and then Liz. And did you nod yes or no to Joe's question, Jim? Did you have a response for Joe? What I'm hearing is make sure that wildfire is centered in this vision in a way that
That's it.
isn't overlooked. So one of the things I'm going to ask of you when the comprehensive draft comes back for review, that you take a careful eye toward that and make sure that we haven't improperly, that we have centered it properly. Let me put it that way. Okay.
Ben Doimling, first, just following on Jim's comment, which I fully agree with. And I think in the subcommittee, we wrestled with this a bit, and we kind of came down on the fact that we would stick with our 4 goals that don't explicitly mention fire, but fire was a primary component of each of those goals. And I think we could do a better job of making sure fire is directly called out and how it relates to each of those goals. I'm not averse to having another goal that's specifically around fire, which Jim might be suggesting. But I think we need to do a better job of very specifically on how each one of these goals relates to fire. When it comes to just this climate leadership paragraph here, I hope this isn't wordsmithing, but I think we could be stronger and bolder in our language, and just sort of upfront. We talk about Oregon being a leader, and that's great, and we should be. But I think very clearly start to talk about what that means in that first paragraph. And to me, it's not so much about considering the climate impacts of decisions, but figuring out how is everything that we're doing contributing to either adaptation or mitigation work. And I think very clearly stating that we will be considering how all of this work contributes to adaptation or mitigation work. So I think just strengthening that paragraph to be more overt about how this is actually on the ground happening.
So Robin and I don't know if this is too detailed, but I started thinking about, how to look at this and the elephant in the room, and Mike, that you mentioned. And then my question is, how do you take the bite of the elephant? And so in the South, I was working with Cap Lejeune, and, the military is like, we got to do. And so we sort of had a filter with them where, and I'm going to use a sports analogy, which I'm really bad at, but you have an offense and a defense. And so they ended up just doing some broad things through a filter of defense. They moved their training grounds away from the ocean because they knew that the ocean levels were rising. They wanted that to be preserved. That was the defense. And on the offense, they started restructuring more ecological sensitive, economically sensitive energy for their buildings. And I'm just wondering if that's maybe a good filter to start taking a bite of the elephant. And I could easily see that in restoration, preparing what we're, protecting what we think we need to protect, and then moving forward with other things. So that's just maybe a way to approach, throw it out there.
I'd love to hear from Mike Shaw about this suggestion I'm about to make, because I've already been called out in public meetings with Smokey the Bear on this, but it seems like we need to have reference to how to live more effectively with fire, where fire is something that we not only fight, but it's also something we include into what we do in our day-to-day work on the ground in forests, differently in different forest types, of course, but still make it something that's called out in the document.
Thanks for that. And I'm actually going to roll your comments with Liz's comments. And the analogy of offense and defense. And folks have heard me say this. I said it yesterday. We can't suppress our way out of the wildfire crisis in Oregon, and suppression is defense. That's a reality. That's us reacting to fire starts and dealing with 100 years of fire suppression and forest management that have gotten us to today.
Mhm.
And the offense is one, somebody called it out, prevention, more of a prevention message in this. Carla, where 70% of our fires are started by humans on average in the state of Oregon, a renewed prevention campaign, if you will. And I think that we have talked about that across agencies in this state. I don't know that we've hit the mark yet. And I don't mean that as we are not doing a good job or putting a lot of effort into it, but it's very hard to put a direct link to the effectiveness of prevention activities or the investment that people put into prevention activities. And until we can link those two things, it's going to be difficult to invest more into prevention. Now, where we can and do see benefits is in the mitigation activities. And that's the proactive process. Again, if you go back to 2019 and the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response, and I get that name's probably wrong. I say it 16 different times or 16 different ways, but in that, I believe that the amount was 4 million acres that needed some sort of restoration activity. For 4 billion. Yeah. Nobody can wrap their head around what a $4 billion investment is. And then even if we had $4 billion, we don't have the workforce or the capacity or the time to make that happen. In my mind, this is a really long duration. This is a 20-year process or longer to really address. We're going to have to play defense at the same time that we play offense. And I think if I was to write this or strategize climate leadership for us, it would be a mechanism of playing offense and defense at the same time, which is going to take a significant investment to do. And I don't know that we've outlined that. So totally agree with everything you folks are saying. And I'm a defender currently.
Mike, I mean, one concern I have, I agree with everything you're saying, but if climate change continues on the path that it has been, then we have huge threat in our wet forests. And we don't even know how to mitigate, I don't think, our way out of it on the wet forest. I mean, we certainly don't have much agreed upon science from what I can tell. But I mean, that I think we also have to plan for is a world where we are, certainly going to have to be big time on prevention, because the possible level of fires, could make the Tillamook burn look small.
Agreed. I agree. And I think that becomes, we talk about that in forest management.
Yeah.
Right. Like we see that in forest management activities, and what is a reasonable amount of biomass or logs or timber or whatever terminology you want to use is acceptable. The potential of a catastrophic fire in a wind event. And those are the challenges. And so that would be the battlefield of what's appropriate. You go ask a fire guy, well, Dave, what do you need to do along this road from a thinning standpoint and a fuels reduction standpoint to make this a holding line? Right. And he would tell you something, and somebody else might say, well, that's just not acceptable. We're not prepared as a society to do that to our forests. And that's where we're gonna run into challenges and where the conversations need to occur. But if we have fires, I guess at the end of the day, for me, we have opportunities on a given day to go catch a fire. And there are some days that we can't, no matter what we do. We know that. We are seeing more and more of those. And the only way to affect that is to affect our forests in a manner that when we have that window of opportunity and we pull all the pieces together, we have a successful outcome.
It's got Carla Bryan.
That is really well said, Mike. And I think that, you know, we all have to change. There may not be the perfect way to mitigate a forest today, but that's where the continuous improvement, because we've learned a lot. That Klamath Falls, you know, experiment, we learned a lot from that. And I think we just keep learning as we go, and we find those best practices over time, and we roll with that. My concern is the scalability to even say we can spell defense. We can't even put it on the piece of paper today. And I think that's where the real change in public policy thinking has to come, whether that's mitigation tax credits. How do we bring private assets to our problem because we don't have the labor force, the equipment, the scalability at the level that we need to get to even, you know, put defense on the paper. So your point is very well taken. I think one other observation is some of these documents seem really flowery, like we feel really good about the sentence after we read it, but it's not necessarily where we're at. And I think your point is well taken, Jim, is we got to make sure we recognize where we're at with the real level of threat. And we might just think about that as we, you know, challenge ourselves. Is this where we want to be, but this is where we're at, and those sentences might sound different.
Lots of good conversation and kind of looking at the strategies. And one of the things I think about is, and I'm not a sports fan, so I'll mess this analogy up, but you got defense. And we've been doing suppression for over 100 years, and we're really good at it. So this comment has nothing to besmirch anybody. We're really good at putting out fires. And then the offense, the mitigation piece, we've been doing that for about 20 years, and we're getting a lot better at it. We're getting up to scale. We've got a lot more money to do it. Still tiny. So the new piece, it's not new, but it's, I think, forward thinking for us, is the restoration, recovery, and reforestation. And so on page 13, it talks about post-fire, and it says reforestation. That's only one piece of it. We want to bring back a whole forest. And so we've got a pilot project in Klamath Lake right now to mitigate the impacts of the bootleg. And we call it recovery. And when you think about recovery, that first step is potentially erosion control of sediment going into streams, potentially culverts that were there that were plastic that are no longer there. So just the basic infrastructure and stabilizing the landscape. And then the restoration, native plants, streamside restoration, that type of thing. And yes, reforestation is a part of that, but it's that whole picture that we have to think about. In that, we're recognizing that landowners, there was several hundred landowners impacted by that fire, over 500,000 acres burned. On the private landowner side, a lot of those folks bought property to have, not to have as timbered property. We heard from the small forest landowners yesterday, working forest. A lot of folks buy property now just to have it. The trees are there. That's great. If the fire burns it up, they're not necessarily have the skills, the ability, or the financial means to replant those for it. When we think about climate change, when we think about the best interests of the state, that is a space where we need to come in and help them recover for their healthy forests, carbon sequestration, and things like that. Another pilot project that we have going is in conjunction with NRCS is a evaluation, a post-fire evaluation of the private lands. And so we don't currently have that. On the federal lands, they do a bear assessment and they get an idea. On the private lands, it's kind of self-reporting. When somebody comes in and asks for assistance, we say, how many acres were destroyed? They tell us the number. A lot of landowners don't come in and ask for assistance, so we don't know what the damage is. And so that's kind of the first step is doing an assessment, then really going in and finding money and helping with the recovery, the restoration and the reforestation piece. And so again, right, our priorities in the right space, suppression, mitigation, but we've got to get into this new game of really helping that forest come back. I don't know what the numbers is, but as we travel through Oregon's landscape, we see through the highways of forests that were burned and are slowly coming back. We had the board meeting in Bend in spring of 22 on Chandelands, and that last stop was a brush field, and that landowner had reforested 3 times right outside of Bend. They did all the right things, still not a forest yet, right? And how do we make that happen, help make that happen? So that's another piece that we need to think about as we future out this document.
So as I'm looking at this specifically, Mike Wilson. So as I'm looking at this specifically though, and listening to all the comments and all the specifics, I'm still seeing though that all of that fits in here. I guess I'm not seeing a piece that is missing per se. And so in terms of strategies, I'm kind of wondering if it seems to me like there's nothing missing and we're talking about specific actions and specific things that maybe we as individuals are focused on. And so I don't know, I guess my comment would be, I think we're in the right place. And I don't think that any of these strategies is prescriptive. And so there we are. And I would also like us to, because I'll go with a sports analogy because this is fun. So when we're talking about fire, let's remember the fire is the football, right? Okay. It's the football. And so you're trying to sack the quarterback, and that's cool. But there's a level of restoration activity that we're talking about, or, we think of restoration, and that means it can be kind of a loaded word to people, but we're thinking of a certain level of management to create that resiliency. Well, that's your coverage, right? Because that ball is going to get thrown at some point or run through the line at some point. Okay. And so you have to have something there for that, as opposed to when, the ball gets caught and the team gets a first down and you got to reset and do that sort of thing. Does that work for you, Mike? I don't know. It's the most fun I've had all day. So
It's not going well.
Well, and I just want a little clarity. You said if I was trying to sack the quarterback and the ball is going to get through at some point, since I sacked the quarterback because I'm really good at defense.
Yeah.
The ball doesn't go forward.
Oh, 100%, buddy. All right.
Okay, let's go back to
I
Mike's
do think-
first comment of
Take control.
he sees that it's all actually here in the suite. Just one moment, Joe. Mike's seeing that like everything that you're talking about, the details of the pieces they're reflected in this suite of strategies under here. The level of detail is not where, I'm hearing it from Carla and the sort of like, what's the gap analysis between where we want to be and where we are right now? I hear that loud and clear. The very specific kind of implementation actions that you'll take needs to be built out. That's a next step for sure. Tiering this to other already adopted and probably beginning to be implemented initiatives is important. So we need to call these things out and make these linkages much more clearly than is right now. And I think there is a question on the table of within this section, is there anything big that's missing? So I hear all the components of the cohesive wildfire strategy, which has 3 elements to it, right? It's the offense, defense. Let's simply said, it's the offense, defense. We need to make sure that those are really clearly called out. Is there anything that's really missing from this section that we need to make sure we're really cognizant of? And then I do see your hand up, Joe, but I think Carla's
I
responding. to
think
this question.
Jim hit it, and this is going on in Maui as we speak, when you're missing 1,000 people. Everybody's looking at the documentation and saying, wow, we saw that, we saw that needed to be done. Wow, there's lots of studies out there on mitigation. There were lots of studies out there of what needed to be done. I'm afraid if somebody read this study and they looked at our wildfire level and activity in Oregon, and as understated as wildfire is, it's a communication piece that this is a big priority and focus for us, other than, wow, where were you guys? I mean, how did you not see that coming? And I think we need to be really, aware of how this is communicated and how this is a priority for public safety.
I agree with Mike. It does fit. I mean, I see what you're saying. I think what I'm hearing, I'm going to kind of interpolate. I'm hearing it's not bold enough. We're not being bold enough. I guess I would pose the question. I can't believe I'm saying this. Do we need another category? I mean, that goes against everything I'm talking about, trying to keep things simple and small. Yeah, she's what a dirty look from.
It is. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's a different time. Everybody's had a different spin on it, but I think I would recommend you give serious consideration to. Yeah.
Wildfire as a distinct goal area. Is that what we're suggesting? I'm seeing nodding heads. So we'll take that back and retool this so that, again, it's the question of centering this particular piece as front and center. Cal and Ben.
Hey, real quick, when I read this, I think the whole strategy is just keeping forest, but I don't say you say that here. But I was wondering, I think a lot of this is what we would consider abiotic issues with climate change. And should we make a mention of the increasing biotic changes that are occurring, like emerald ash borer? I mean, not specifically there because that's a strategy, but I just wondered if we might make a mention of increasing pests and other factors.
Ben Doimling, just following up on Joe's suggestion, and I think we can do both. I think I agree that we should probably add fire as its own goal, but I think what that allows us to do is to streamline and simplify the other 4 goals. They don't have to then all try to address fire. We can put fire in its own bucket and really do it justice. And so I think we can come out with a document that's just as streamlined but reorganized. I think we should do that.
So on a little different subject, looking down through these, more about scope or scale at this point. A couple reference like Oregon's complete and coordinated wildfire protection system, or the state forest one is specific to state forests. And so it kind of goes both directions on what the scope is. And I think just being consistent, I can live with whatever the wording is, but taking the silvicultural one to begin with, are we talking about just state forests? Are we talking about state forests and private lands, state forests, private lands, and federal lands? And so I think it's something we can simplify in there, but that scope will make a significant difference, to Don's point originally, as staff roll into this and try to implement the various programs. Each one of those areas is going to have a different way that vision is implemented within the constraints of that program when it hits the ground. So being clear on the scope for each one of those. Yeah.
Yeah, just 2 points. One, to reflect back on Mike Shaw's comment. This is a long-term process. And so I'm fine with having a wildfire category as long as it's short, and all of them are short and we link to other documents. But I think in that category, we need to recognize that there will be fires, and there will be fires that we're not going to be able to put out. And we need to be strategic in how we go about implementing whatever it is that we choose to implement. And to beat the football analogy to death here. I hope we have a better strategy than the Pac-12.
All right, let me check in with Chandra. You've been a little quiet, so I just want to make sure if there's anything sitting with you that hasn't been said, give you a chance to speak up. Same with Dave.
Yeah, thanks, Robin. I don't think I have too much to add. I guess I would agree. I could see the value in having a separate goal for fire, but similar to what Brenda said, clearly we'll spend some time discussing the scope and scale of that. And then it looks like with the other goals in between kind of the first paragraph and then the strategies, there's a context paragraph as well, which I'm imagining you were assuming we would have here. And so I think some of the things that we're discussing also that are providing a little bit more complexity to these things could be in that context, right? Paragraph kind of setting some of these, the stage for some of this. And then I think, Ben, you made this point earlier, but I would like a little bit of, I don't even know how to, bolder language in that first paragraph as well. And I think what it might be is something along the lines of, that we're actually prioritizing climate action and strategies in what we do, as opposed to just considering like it is. And maybe that's inclusion in this plan as part of that, but maybe using that word somewhere in there might be helpful.
Well, I guess I get to go last. So, as I look at the document, I'm an operations person. And so I look at, the vision here in the first paragraph, operationalizing strategies and implementing actions. And so as I think about that, and Chair Kelly, brought up the wildfire as a component. And so I'm trying to figure out, and it sounds like we'll have a separate, wildfire on its own, but trying to figure out where I would put it in here. And I think it just comes down to the severity of today's wildfires are a consequence of climate change. And then also thinking about Brenda talking about, controlled or prescribed fire, thinking about that and the benefits. And so where we put that controlled prescribed fire is an action to create fire adaptive ecosystems. So trying to identify, there's two types of fire that we're dealing with here. We have the wildfire side, and then we have the good fire side. So not making everything seem like all fire is bad. And then I just end on a note since we were doing sports analogies, I just want to make sure I got my 2 seconds of fame. So just keep in mind that offenses score points and defenses win the game. So.
Thanks, Dave. Okay. We have gotten some really good direction. Any other kind of comments around this particular goal before we move on? We do need to spend just a couple minutes on the call out boxes as a key piece of this. Okay, really very helpful direction, I think, to the subcommittee and to all us, those of us who are kind of going to need to work this into a more cohesive, reader-friendly document, which will be coming your way. So the other item that we've been referring to is kind of a new idea that came up just in the last month or so around, there's a lot of, we're trying to keep this concise, and we're trying to make sure that the important contextual and defining pieces are there for the reader to understand what is meant behind some of these concepts. And so the idea of stating your goals and strategies, but then having some call out boxes that further describe and define what some of these concepts are. So the subcommittee came up with a list of those that they already know are going to need to become call out boxes. And if you go to the very end of the draft concept document, they're listed there as placeholders. This is just a placeholder for us to track, but there are a number of items there that they've already identified as needing to have some more kind of detailed description. One is to call out the National Wildfire Cohesive Strategy. So a lot of people don't know what that is or what it entails and what those kind of components are. So to really call out a box, describe that for the reader so it's clear. And if you reference it above, you don't have to keep repeating the complexity of that concept. Diversity, equity, and inclusion was another one. It's a term that we use all the time, but what does it actually mean in the context of this vision and this board and this agency? And so drawing from some of the work that's already been done by the department in that regard, but potentially, as I heard today, even drawing from what some other boards and commissions have come up with. So that's a call out box. Tribal relations, several complex components to that. It's important to really call that out to show sort of what the various kind of forms of tribal relationship mean and are. Place-based implementation and activities, that's an item that folks felt like is important to provide some more description around. And then ecosystem services was another term that they felt like needed. So that's not necessarily an exhaustive list. We may need to add some more for context. But this is a starting place, and the subcommittee felt like this would be a good opportunity to pair board member with staff folks to kind of help build out those call out boxes. Except for the tribal relations one, we've asked the tribal liaison, Deanna Grimstead, within the department to kind of work more directly with tribes on that piece. So the others, we wanted to see if there are volunteers from the board who'd be willing to work with a staff member or two to build out these call out boxes. Some of them are going to be pretty straightforward. And I just want to say on behalf of the subcommittee, they felt this was really important. This is not an opportunity to throw in a lot of political subjective spin on these items. It's a straightforward, this is what we mean when we say cohesive wildfire strategy. And so the hope is that it really is to clarify and define the concept itself, not a stage for working through some of the complexities, political complexities around that. So given all that, I just want to see if we can get some volunteers to sign up from the board. We'll pair you with the right staff. I think we can figure that part out. But if there are any particulars that you'd be willing to work with a staff member or two on, we'd like to gather your you'll do any but ecosystem services. Okay.
Yes, A through D, just because I know a little bit more of those than the last one.
Okay.
I'm anyone.
Thanks.
This is Carla. I would be happy to work on that. But I think that the list is greater than this.
Sure.
Yeah.
And do you have specific suggestions at this time around terms?
So, you know, the externalities of wildfire are just so great. So when an entire city burns or the majority of a city burns, you know, we talk about forest restoration. What is our role if, you know, if that was a forest started, you know, a fire, what's our role in that restoration? When we look at smoke and wine grapes, the first, you know, it's $81 million lawsuit has now been filed. Smoke and the food supply or the water supply. So there's, or the social justice associated with, you know, those that can't be inside and have, you know, access to air conditioning and cleaner air during these smoke events. There's a lot known about these externalities now, the death rate of small animals and small lunged animals. Now they're attributing wildfire smoke to dementia and infant death. And so I think we need self-awareness much greater than what's on this box. And I think that's becoming pretty well that area of science is developing quickly.
Okay.
So I'm happy to help on that.
All right. Any other volunteers?
Oh, volunteers? No volunteering here, but
Let me get the volunteers. Let me get the volunteers first.
yeah, I guess I was just thinking of another topic for a call
Okay.
out box, and that might be how we work with our federal partners. And maybe that's a little bit too detailed, but because 50% of the state forests the forests in the state, 60%, I believe, is federal lands. And I think we should talk about how we work with them and objectives, 20-year plan, things like this. That could be a little call out box. Yeah. And that's another thing I want to say, call out boxes do not need to be your graduate school thesis. They need to be short.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, they still need to be accessible to the just generalist reader of this. So this is not to say this is all the science behind. This is to say, what do we mean when we say this term? Because we're using it in our vision document. So it's just an opportunity to go a little deeper into understanding of what that means. Mike?
Yeah, so maybe a couple others, and I think Josh mentioned one. So complete and coordinated system, fire protection
Okay.
system. I think that's a call out. Wildland urban interface. Some folks are probably going to wonder exactly what are the parameters for that. And then the Governor's Council on Wildfire Response. What exactly is that?
What was the third one?
Governor's Council on Wildfire Response. Those fall in line with the national cohesive strategy that you already have on there. So just a couple that were embedded in this portion of the document that we talked about today.
Okay.
Probably an exhaustive list.
Who wants to work with Mike on the fire one? Do we have a board member that's willing to work on that? Liz and Carla. Okay.
Yeah, I'm intrigued as I think about this because I still, being as old as I am, I visualize a plan like this as a document on paper. And I'm realizing that probably most people who are going to be looking at this document are going to be looking at it online. And I assume these call out boxes are links. Do we have any idea what percentage of people will actually look at a document like this in paper versus online? Because we certainly need to we have no idea. And I don't know how to, ask you to know that, but I'm kind of guessing we really have to, at this point, be mostly focused on something that works best online. I'm going to guess we're going to probably be in a world where 90% of the time it's being looked at that way. Just a thought for us all to be thinking about.
Yeah.
And that's really great for things like these call out boxes.
Yeah.
I mean, otherwise, what is it? It's a whole series of appendix that make the document really long and in paper, which of course discourage reading.
Yeah, Megan and Ryan and I have talked about working together on the DEI piece. And so that's one that I certainly would volunteer for. And I'll looking back at Megan saying, yes, she's a go. But some of these call out boxes pertain to topics that really span the entire document. So DEI is one of those, and government to government relationships probably is another, and there are probably some others that I'm not thinking about right now, and others are very specific to certain sections of the document. So I think we need to just think about how we craft these, where we put them, how we arrange them.
Right.
Yeah, and I agree that everything, all of this, they should be simple and easy, not political. But there's no reason if you are thinking of that online world that people can't go deeper, that within a link is another couple of links for the people who want to.
Mm-hmm. Chandra?
Yeah, I'm happy to volunteer for one of them as well. And then I just mentioned to Cal's point, I was thinking the same thing with the Fed agencies and in particular, like shared stewardship and then the 20-year strategy and the integration of these different efforts, I think is confusing to folks at different times. So I think clarity around that would be helpful.
Okay. Maybe Cal, you could pull some of your staff to do that one, the federal
Yeah.
state partnership, like the shared stewardship
And
agreements.
Josh
That's right.
need to come with me in that
Josh,
corner.
would you be-
Okay.
Okay. Chandra, do you want to do ecosystem services? Oh,
Yeah, Mike and I will take that one.
thank you. That was pretty good. All right, so what are we missing? Which ones do we still need people to sign up for?
I'll do place-based implementation,
Awesome.
somebody.
Joe will do place-based. Yes. Okay. Are we missing any? No, that's gonna be internal. Yeah, we're not asking board members to come. Okay, so we've got them all covered. We're asking you to complete that task by October 1st. So you have about a month to do it. So we can have staff or myself initiate the connection for your small group to work on that, but it should be just untether yourselves and go work on it. And then you can send your work to me and I'll follow up with an email with that instruction after today. Because we only have a couple minutes, I just want to tee up for the next couple months here. But start by saying I really appreciate, wasn't sure how much feedback we were going to get when we started this conversation this afternoon. It was pretty quiet. And then we got just a lot of really, really good direction from you all. So I appreciate it. And I know the subcommittee appreciates it too. So we'll take all of this and do some retooling and add some of the content that we had missed prior. Ryan and I are committed to working together, and I'm happy to continue to hold the pen on this, to making this more fluid and cohesive. And that means making sure we're kind of speaking at the same altitude throughout throughout the goals and strategies. That there's consistency in the language that we're using, that it retains that concise piece, but has a really clear and kind of easy way for people to link into the call out boxes and the reference strategies and those types of things. So that's something I'm happy to take on your behalf. And we'll send a draft out to you at the end of the month. So at the end of September, you will get a comprehensive draft for your review. And what I'd ask is that you spend the couple weeks in October before we get together again, and you look through it, you really look through it in earnest. And then you'll have an opportunity to give some feedback on the comprehensive doc. That will be what I bring back to you in October, mid-October, for us to have a full conversation around. So the idea is that when we have our retreat in October, that's when we're really going through this comprehensive concept. We have a lot of work to do between now and then, but we do have, I think, a lot of the content there. We just need to get it right. And we will retool this. So the goal sections are going to change a bit, whatnot. I think that's all I have for now, but do anticipate that there will be some asks of you, some review asks of you over the next few weeks. The subcommittee gets together again in October, so we'll have another opportunity to have our stop together and pull all this direction together before we send you the comprehensive version. And then the implementation and the action planning and all of that will happen in 2024. That's something that then the department will pick up and translate into its sort of work plans. And that will be something that you will be working on and reviewing next year alongside a tracking system for measuring progress. So that continuous improvement piece is on the radar, but you have to set your goals and strategies first so we can do the gap analysis and the progress tracking over time, which will really start in earnest next calendar year. Are there questions about what to expect over the next couple of months on this?
I wanted to bring up, seemed to be consensus around this idea of involving all staff at some level before this thing is finished. And it seems to me, I mean, that's got to be approached in a pretty pragmatic way. And I think that's, not I think that's staff's work to do. So, but I think we'd love to hear back what a plan might be, by October or so, as to how you can do that in a way that, is real and legitimate, but also not a project that we get drowned in.
Thank you.
So happy to think that through and do that. And I also on my mind is thinking about some broader public engagement and feedback as well.
Yeah.
Yep. And I think, hopefully coming out of the October retreat, we've got a document that is sufficiently polished to be able to get some good feedback to work from. And real quick, while I have the floor, I just, Jim, you had brought up earlier, kind of the format. What does the final product look like? And a thought that I'd had in my head that I'll just throw out for folks to think about is, I think the whole big thing, whatever that looks like, is a dynamic product that probably exists in an electronic format. If we printed something, though, perhaps we think about a really small, condensed, almost pocket guide kind of thing that could be made available to the public if they're interested. But I'm thinking more about internally for staff as a little bit of a reference point. So just something to ponder. I've had that idea for a while. I had some samples on my desk. So
Cool.
Yeah, and I agree with you. And we've talked about this before, but don't forget, we need to stop off at DAS and make sure they're bought on that idea. I don't think there'll be a opposition, but it is one of our requirements. Okay.
Robin, one thought, this is Carla, that sometimes these processes can get really bogged down when you start setting goals. And we've had a lot of public process lately in this organization. And so maybe just trying to figure out where these are, where are the benchmarks, where are we now? And so we don't get bogged down in the goal setting process to keep the process moving. Just a thought, because that does help in audit very early on, is just making sure you know where you're at before you try and set great goals.
Sorry, I'm asking Ryan about how they do that. Can they kind of show the baseline of something? We have to be able to set the goals and strategies that you want, goals you want to see. And what I'm hearing you say is, like, we also need to do a gap analysis of where we are from now to that goal.
So for example, when we go through our sustainability audits, I mean, the first time we did that, we would have set really unrealistic, expectations, but it's, on 187 points in this case, where are you is as good a start as where do you want to be, and not getting not getting everybody just bogged down in, where we want to be, but where are we is a really good starting point if we're at all unclear about that.
yeah, so coming back to your point about incremental progress and being real about where we are, thinking about this as perhaps a aspirational, pretty visionary document, realistically in the next couple of years, where are we at and how far can we reasonably move the needle on some of the things that we've identified? Okay? Yeah. I think those are some good conversations to have internally as we think about what a staff engagement plan might look like.
Okay, I think we're a little bit behind, so I would like to wrap this up. So all of you who are not on the board or can escape this room, I think the board's going to we're going to do some breathing exercises and yoga together. We're not quite done, Joe. Okay. So board members, this. Yeah, you can leave. Mike, how can we miss you if it won't go away? Come on. No, yeah.
The boss was talking to me.
Yeah. Well. Okay, board members. We have our last item of the day, which is really just an opportunity for us to check in, to breathe, and to see if anybody has anything they want to share at the end of our 2 tough days, and or not. Brenda.
We've said this before, but I think it's worth saying.
Can't quite hear you, Brenda.
Sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
It's been said before. I think it's worth saying again, but I just want to thank Hillary, especially Ryan, the entire staff for dealing with the logistics behind these meetings, because with all of these testimonies and all of these contentious issues and everything else, it's thank you for the work you do.
I just think it was really great to be flexible and move off the agenda when we got new information that we weren't quite ready with. And I just appreciate that so much, because that was a quick jump into something else that I found valuable as well.
Joe, I want to show some appreciation to you for getting pissed off, because what it represents to me is how important it is that our governance does work and that our trust is not broken. And you were feeling like it was, and it means it's something you value.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Jim. I continue to be thankful for this board and the people that I serve with. This is tough stuff, but I'm thankful for the group of people who are sitting around this table. I think it's the right group, and I think we're going to be able to navigate it. So that's all I'll say. Thanks.
Great. Yeah.
I would agree with that, Joe, and I think we have the right skills and the right strengths around this table to tackle this. And I think we landed so much stronger than where we started this morning. But I think we had just kind of a, gut check, and we came through it really well. And, Jim, I appreciate you pulling that resolution back. I think that took air out of the room and drama, downsized drama. But I think it strengthened this board at the end of the day. And I think we will get through this. It is tough stuff.
Ben, please.
As I reflect on these last 2 days, and I guess I'm thankful for the rest of you guys on the board here. And, I think we all put a lot of work into respectfully listening to the public, and that takes a lot of work, but I appreciate that. And I think in the same way, you guys put a lot of work into respectfully listening to each other, to the rest of us on this board. And we bring a lot of different perspectives, a lot of different lived experiences, a lot of different ways at looking at these problems. And I appreciate that diversity of thought and ideas and experience that we have on this board. And it can be challenging at times, but today was a reminder to me of the value that there is on this board of every one of you. And I really appreciate the perspectives you all have to share. And I always come away learning things from you all and from the public in these board meetings. So thank you.
I feel like I've had this circle of emotions here. I'm like, Ben, you're gonna make me cry. And then I was like enraged earlier. And then I don't know. I don't know how to handle this right now. But no, the yoga would have been helpful. I appreciate everything everybody has said. I have so much respect for the staff and the work they've done and the event they put on. I thought the social was fantastic. There's a lot of great conversations there, and I know how much work those are to put on. And it was a lot of fun and a lot of good conversations. So thank you. And of course, to my fellow board members, it's always fun to go on some rocky rides and then be out of it for a minute though and feel like, okay, we're still here. We're okay. We're okay. But I feel confident. I know we're gonna get on that roller coaster again. You're still kind of on it, right? But I am confident that we're gonna finish that ride. That's a worse analogy than doing the sports stuff we did earlier. So I apologize. I probably should have stuck with that. But thank you to you all. And
Yeah, what's the saying? If it doesn't kill you, it makes you stronger. I mean, I feel a little wounded, but not mortally, as I was saying. So okay. Thank Brenda. One more.
I just kind of carry on this theme of all of us working well together. We're not going to agree through this process. Absolutely. And we haven't yet, and we won't go as we go through it. And I reflect on something that somebody said yesterday, and that was a 4-3 vote is not a strong statement. But given the circumstances and given everything we hear in the testimony, I think a 4-3 vote reflects where we are as an organization, as a board, as society. And if that's the outcome, then so be it. And I'll accept whichever way it goes. And I'm pretty sure all of us will. And so just want to say that however this all turns out, we're going to respect each other. We're going to support each other, and on we go.
I will continue to try for a better outcome, but understand exactly what you say. And if that's the best we can do, that's the best we can do. But I will refuse to accept that until I'm forced to. All right. With that, this meeting of the board, this 2-day meeting of the Board of Forestry is adjourned.